company sells over 140,000 jars of Tiger Balm every day. And if thinking about that gives you a headache, you could always try some ointment for yourself.
It's the final stretch. When you decide.
The FNM has a bold vision, which includes greater ownership of the economy by Bahamians.
The country recognizes that change is needed, and the change that they need is right here.
We're talking about change, real change in this next general election.
We are ready to take this country forward with vision.
Join the ZNS News team as we bring you Election Night in the Bahamas. Watch, follow, stay connected with the most trusted name in news. Election Night, you decide. Thursday, September 16th, live at 6 p.m. right here on the ZNS Network.
Hey, have you heard? ZNS is everywhere you are when you download the new ZNS app. Whether you're on the move or just kicking back. Miss something on the news? It's there. Want to keep up with a live update? It's there. Or just want to listen to your favorite station? It's there too. Download the app now from the App Store and Google Play Store.
Yo, from accounts.
Appreciate it.
Bro, what happened? I thought y'all vaccinated people supposed to be invincible.
No, bro. Fully vaccinated people still could catch COVID-19.
Wow. See? That's why. Don't make no sense taking it. Don't get it.
Okay, let's look at it like this. You could wear a seatbelt and still get in an accident, right?
All right.
You could exercise, drink smoothies, eat healthy, and still get sick.
What's the point?
Nothing is 100%. Plus, the majority of the breakthrough cases in those fully vaccinated were either asymptomatic or had mild symptoms.
Pull up the website and let me make my appointment.
You're watching the ZNS Network, the People's Station.
The polls are closed. The ballots are being counted. But who will govern the Bahamas for the next 5 years? Well, we'll find out tonight.
Well, that's right, Julian. The big question tonight, did Bahamians vote to return and renew, or did they take a chance with change? It all ends here and now.
The end of the race. An election like never before. ZNS Network presents Election Night. You Decide 2021.
15 parties, 226 candidates, 39 seats, and at the end of the day, just one government to form. The makeup of that government is, of course, anyone's guess at this point, but the winning party needs 20 seats to clinch victory. Good evening, everyone. I'm Lakush Lapinder.
And I'm Julian Reed.
Welcome to our live broadcast of Election 2021. In studio with us this evening, Secretary General of the Free National Movement, Safent Roll, joined by former Vice Chair of the Progressive Liberal Party, Devard Francis.
Well, we also have team coverage for you tonight. From the Free National Movement headquarters here in New Providence, we have Altaviz Munnings. Standing by with the PLP leader in Cat Island is Desmond Saunders. And at the Parliamentary Registration Department is Jimanita Swain. Well, our Northern Service is also on this broadcast. They're live and led by Shashina Roll Farquharson. Shashina.
here in Grand Bahama is slow voter turnout. 33 candidates, 5 constituencies, and more than 31,000 voters here on Grand Bahama. Now, over in Abaco, 2 constituencies with more than 8,000 persons eligible to vote. The Northern Bahamas has 7 of the 39 constituencies. All 7 are represented under the Free National Movement's banner. But by the end of the night, will the electorate choose a party that believes it is about their future? Will they vote for a new day or a change that makes sense or change that is here? Or will the independent candidates rule the night? Well, good evening, Bahamas. I'm Shashina Roll-Parkinson, and my guest co-host tonight is noted attorney Osmond Johnson. And we will be with you throughout the night, live from our Grand Bahama studios. And we are excited just to bring you all of the latest. Back to you guys in the Capitol.
And no doubt it's been a whirlwind couple of weeks. We've had nomination day, we've had media stops and hops, we've had the advance poll, and it all ends here. Let's take a look back at what happened earlier today.
As you can see right there, everyone getting ready to vote. Did you vote this morning?
I sure did, Julian, and I made it a point from early on to get out early and vote. It was a smooth process for me. It took me about 10-15 minutes, and this despite me meeting long lines there. I understand for people who went a little bit later in the morning, around 10 o'clock, it was a smooth process to that center as well.
Right.
You know, but as we heard from Shashina, voter turnout in Grand Bahama is low. Was that your experience to your center? And maybe we can find out from our guests as well.
Well, actually, I went at 8:30 this morning, and it was crowded. It didn't seem that we were in the midst of a pandemic at all. But people who went later, 11, 12, 1, they were saying that it was very quick and very few people there at the time. So that makes me think that most of the people actually just went in first thing this morning and cast their votes.
It's a stark difference from what we had during advance poll when there were long lines, you know, the reports of no markers, no signage, a lack of signage. Let's bring in our 2 guests here, Safent Roll again and Devard Francis. Devard Francis being from the PLP, Safent Roll again from the FNM. You guys have been on the ground. This is not your first rodeo. How was it this morning?
For me, it was a very smooth process. I voted at Adelaide School in the Golden Isles constituency. The lines, and there were a cavalcade of persons who came to vote, but there was no egregious delay, and the process was fairly smooth.
Mr. O?
I would agree, Makushla and Julian, and good evening to you and the Bahamas. I would agree that it was pretty smooth. When I attended at St. Anne's, there was a steady stream of persons already lining up, and they were swiftly moved in to vote. And thereafter, it was, I heard Shashina say slow, but it was orderly. The process was very orderly, and it was very safe. And so that for me was most important, that persons found that it was safe in this current environment.
Well, at this point, we'll go to our Altavice Munnings, who earlier today was with the Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, during his voting.
Just minutes after 2 p.m. on Election Day, Free National Movement leader, Prime Minister the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis and his wife Patricia arrived at the New Providence Community Church on Blake Road to cast their vote in the Killarney constituency. Just seconds after the Prime Minister cast his vote here in the Killarney constituency, he answered several questions fielded to him by reporters. One of those questions including any concerns about low voter turnout.
Generally speaking, Bahamians are very anxious to vote. That's their constitutional democratic responsibility. And I even anticipate at least 90% or more individuals will turn out to vote.
On election eve, the National Security Minister led a contingent of officials to tour polling divisions at the AF Adelaide Junior High School to ensure that the challenges endured during last week's advanced poll weren't repeated on Election Day. The Prime Minister is confident that the election process will run smoothly.
I think everything is a learning process, and you learn from history. That's how you advance your country. And the advance poll, they may have had one or two glitches. However, they worked it out and everything went smoothly. And from what I have seen here, everything is going very smoothly. But I have no doubt that we will win. I have no doubt about that.
He also addressed concerns about positive COVID-19 cases increasing since individuals in quarantine were allowed to vote.
As a physician, once you are confronted or a particular disease entity you are dealing with, you must automatically assume that everyone has it, that every patient you see has that, and therefore you must take the necessary precaution. We have protocols in place, so if individuals follow the protocols, that's not an issue. In addition to that, the vaccine is the most effective tool that we have today. Next to the vaccine is the mask. You wear the mask and follow the sanitation processes and social distancing, then you're very safe.
The Prime Minister also responded to criticism about calling an early election.
I would only say when is the best time. Canada called an election, the United States had an election, Jamaica had an election, Bermuda had an election, and a host of other countries had election. The question that one should ask, if we, let's assume that we had waited till May and we were still in the pandemic, do you think the opposition would have allowed us to delay it until we came out of the pandemic? We said we need an extra 6 months to come out of the pandemic. You think they would? So when is the right time?
He also reasoned the amendment to the Emergency Powers COVID-19 orders that changes the curfew to 11:59 p.m. on election night.
Sometimes votes being counted can go beyond a certain time, and we took that into consideration, and therefore it was extended until 12 o'clock, taking that into consideration. So individuals are counting the ballots and not placed under any undue duress or stress, trying to move as quickly as possible because of time limitations. So we take that into consideration.
Ultimately, though, whichever political party Bahamians decide will govern the country's affairs for the next 5 years, Prime Minister Minnis is pleased with what his administration accomplished in its first term.
We have done a remarkable job. We've faced many challenges. We dealt with the challenges, and in spite of the challenges, we progressed and moved forward. You must remember that one of the great decisions that I thought we made throughout the world as the pandemic set in, many individuals were losing their jobs. Airlines were closing. Individuals were being furloughed. Public servants, private sector were all being laid off. And we made a determination that if we laid off individuals, that would mean loss of income. They could not pay their rent, they could not pay their mortgage, they could not pay their light bill, they could not pay their water bills, and we felt that the impact would have been too great, and it was better for government to allow individuals to maintain their dignity, their respect, and at the same time maintain their salaries. We were focused in making life better for the Bahamian populace and focus on policies that we think would advance the Bahamas forward.
The Prime Minister left the New Providence Community Church to assess operations at other Killarney constituency polling divisions. It was at the H.O. Nash Junior High School where he held a candid discussion with former Prime Minister and former Progressive Liberal Party leader, the Right Honourable Perry Christie. Prime Minister Minnis also wished Progressive Liberal Party supporters well and noted that no matter the result of Thursday's elections, we are all Bahamians united in love and service. Altaviz Munnings, ZNS Network News.
So what was the voting process like in the Pinewood constituency? Well, our Charles Fisher was there, and he has this report.
Here at Cleveland Indians in the Pinewood Gardens area, Nassau Village residents voted here. Some here as early as 4 o'clock in the morning.
I sleep at all. And the process of that, everything running smooth way better than the advance poll. It working way more smoother.
Barrington expressing the same sentiments in and out.
The process is smooth, the line is moving very efficient, and the ballot boxes and everything is placing good, and the people who are handling us inside, they doing a very well job.
Even though those persons wore their colors, this voter left everyone guessing. For the Taylors, Carmela was happy to get it done, while Mr. Taylor felt safe despite the COVID pandemic.
I get out here 8 o'clock. On the process, I done. The process was smooth, very smooth. I'm a Bahamian. It's time to vote. You better come and vote. I am a Bahamian. I said, hey, God is good. He wake me up this morning to come out here and vote.
This is a blessed day. I could vote today. I'm 60 years old now, so I thank God I see this day. I hope it even get better for all of us.
Entertainer Dylan D-Mac McKenzie, also one of those who got out early.
The process was very fast. I got out here. I've been here about 35 minutes. It was a long line, but the line was moving very, very fast. The folks were getting in. Everybody is pleasant, so it's a pretty good process going on right now. I want to get it out the way. I know they talk about the rush, but I want to be a part of it to make sure that I get the chance to express my rights in terms of voting for the party that I wish.
Well, meantime, Angliston residents headed over to R.M. Bailey High School to cast their vote for one of many candidates vying for Member of Parliament. LaDawn Davis was there.
A visibly organized crowd lined the outskirts of classrooms serving as polling stations on the R.M. Bailey High School campus, eager to cast their ballots for the candidate they feel will give them good representation for the next 5 years. Some 4,923 Bahamians are registered in the Angliston constituency. 86-year-old Edward Virgil says he is voting for the very first time. The Palm Beach Street resident who did not hesitate to reveal his purple thumb says he voted today in honor of his deceased relatives.
I live in the United States, and this is the first time I ain't never come to Nassau one time to vote. And I couldn't vote over there because I wasn't an American citizen. They don't allow me to vote. But so I decided since I come in Nassau to stay, I better register so I can vote, and that's what I did, and I'm happy about it.
While ZNS News canvassed the election voting site, we caught up with a few voters who agreed, though, that the voting process on Election Day seemed to have been much better than what other voters experienced at the advanced polls last week.
Just in and out. That's it. That's about it. Ain't long. I been on the line, but half an hour.
I came about after 7, and we waited about half an hour to get in, and about half an hour to vote. It was hot. Waited about half an hour in the sun, but it was worth it. It was smooth.
Regardless of who is chosen to lead this country for the next 5 years, these Bahamians had this to say.
I would like to see our prices a little lower because everything is so high here. Voting for us no more. We voting for the better for our children.
So with the pandemic, I just hoped it would go down and we just get back to life, get back to normal.
LaDawn Davis, ZNS Network News.
Well, we're going to take a break at this time, but when we come back, we will go straight to Grand Bahama. Stay tuned.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
Bonaventure Medical Laboratory at East Avenue, Centerville, and Sandyport celebrates 20 years of providing quality laboratory services with timely results. While partnering with your physicians and insurance companies, we have expanded into our modernized facility providing EKG testing, the latest in gonorrhea and chlamydia STD tests, rapid tests, paternity screens, online reporting of results, and also phlebotomy training. Visit or call Bonaventure Medical Lab, open daily at 7:30 a.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m., or visit our Sandyport or Southside clinic locations.
Transparency,
honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid
that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid
that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted.
You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
the Bahamas, we're more connected than ever before as we upgrade and expand our network, elevating your connection with BTC Superfast Fiber Internet. More people can access the best high-speed internet on our upgraded all-fiber optic network, providing you with a better experience working remotely, learning virtually, accessing more from home, and connecting with more opportunities. Visit our website or any store to upgrade to our super fast fiber internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Welcome back to our live coverage of election 2021. We now toss it to our northern service with Shashina Rowe-Farquharson in terms of how things played out over there.
Well, Makushla, as we would have said earlier, the turnout termed today was extremely slow. But for those who did go out, they called it a smooth process with just a few minor hiccups. Now, we begin our coverage of the voting process from East Grand Bahama.
In the East Grand Bahama constituency, there are more than 6,500 eligible voters, 20 polling divisions, and 5 candidates seeking to represent this constituency. Residents began queuing up early throughout East Grand Bahama to cast their ballots. Presiding officer at St. Nicholas Anglican Church Hall in High Rock, Donovan Bowe, says COVID safety protocols were strictly enforced.
We are sanitizing after every 7th voter, sanitizing the room, boots, pencils, and we're extremely socially distant in the room, and everyone is cooperative and we're working well.
These voters share why this general election is significant to them and what they are expecting from the next government of the Bahamas.
I'm looking forward for more opportunities for young persons. I'm looking for more, a better economy.
You need some ships, some airlines, some airlift, so that people can work.
No empty promises, because that's all we was getting was empty promises.
We need to rebuild the homes in Eastern, which what government promised to do.
Right now, be in a critical state, and we just need changes.
Honest, efficient, effective governance.
We need people who have vision for our future.
Sabrina Brown, ZNS Network News.
So, Osman, I'll come up and I'll the Central Grand Bahama constituency here at the St. George's High School, which is one of the largest polling divisions in this area. Cars are stacked on both sides of the streets, and persons are lined up at the various polling divisions, ready to mark their X for the candidates of their choice. In Central Grand Bahama, 5 candidates are vying to be the area's Member of Parliament. Incumbent for the Free National Movement, Iram Lewis, Kirk Russell for the Progressive Liberal Party, Wallington Cooper for the Kingdom Government Movement, Latanya Strawn for the Coalition of Independents, and Troy Garvey for the United Coalition Party.
What's happening?
How was it this morning for you?
Excellent, excellent. First place in the vote.
What time you came out?
I came out from 4:30 this morning.
Excited to vote?
Excited, very excited.
How the process was for you?
Excellent, it was okay.
Well, I was here about 8 o'clock. The process went smoothly. To me, there was no hiccups. I went in the booth, did what I had to do, and that's where I am.
I was surprised when I got here to see the amount of people. So a lot of people turned out, which is very good. But everything just went smooth.
Various party supporters were underneath tents outside the Bartlett Hill Primary School that houses polling divisions 2 and 10. The same could be seen at the Lewis Yard Primary School that houses polling divisions 1, 11, 13A, and 13B. That is where first-time voter Chandra Russell marked her X.
I'm really excited and nervous at the same time, but I just put everything in God's hands.
So it was a pretty quiet morning for the Central Grand Bahama constituency, and most voters say that the process went rather smoothly. However, there is high anticipation for tonight's outcome. Ramiko Knowles, ZNS Network News.
The polls opened here in West Grand Bahama from 8 a.m. and as you can see, residents are already lined up and ready to cast their votes. Now, there was a bit of confusion earlier with the line situation, but officers were able to get that settled and voters are ready to cast their votes.
In
In West Grand Bahama, voters were able to mark their X at the West End Primary School, Holmes Rock Primary School, Martintown Primary School, and the 8 Mile Rock High School. There are some 5,700 voters in the West Grand Bahama and Bimini constituency, 16 polling stations, and 9 names on the ballot in hopes of becoming the next member of parliament for the area. Now here on the island of Bimini, election day fever was in high gear as a number of residents had already turned up to one of the 4 polling stations on the island to cast their vote for the candidate of their choice. Presiding officer at the Mount Zion Baptist Church Hall in Baileytown, Bimini, Jason Springer says it was a smooth voting process.
This morning has been very, very busy. We haven't had a break since we opened the doors at 8 o'clock this morning.
And these Bimini residents shared their reason for voting this time around.
I was always a die-hard FNM. And that's it. Simple as that.
I vote for a change, looking to see something better for the country and for my island.
I used to show FNM, so ain't nothing, don't care what they do, it don't make no difference to me. Ain't nothing will destroy my vote. Yeah. FNM.
I have always voted the way I'm voting. And the PLP is my party.
I was born a Biminite, not an FNM or not a PLP. Now, if you're going to say you're going to represent Bimini, you better know what you're doing.
Shamila Mizik, ZNS Network News.
Well, there you have it. Osmond, Central Grand Bahama, West Grand Bahama, and Bimini, as well as East Grand Bahama. Now, it takes me back to for the past couple of weeks. We would have seen the drive-in rallies, we would have seen the motorcades, we would have seen the excitement building. And then today on Election Day, what happened? All we're hearing is from every polling station, low turnout. What do you think?
Shashina, I think that there are a couple of issues at play, in my humble view. Firstly, we have a lot of hesitancy amongst the electorate and members of the public because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Through the past few weeks and months, we have seen a huge upturn in the amount of infections, the amount of persons who are being hospitalized, and the amount of deaths associated with the pandemic. The idea of large numbers of persons congregating to carry out the process of voting, I think many members of the public are averse out of fear. That is one aspect. The second aspect, in my humble view, is due to voter apathy, especially in Grand Bahama, and I can speak for where I reside. This island has for many years been overlooked in our perception by successive administrations. There is a distinct disconnect between the electorate and the political classes who run this country, and I think that many persons feel underrepresented by the respective political parties, which is why there is a lack of enthusiasm, notwithstanding what we've seen with the rallies and the other manifestations of political support.
Well, Osmond, let's take a look at Pine Ridge and Marcos City. And of course, you know that these 2 seats are the seats to watch here on Grand Bahama, as many would say, for different reasons. Yes. In Pine Ridge, the incumbent Frederick McAlpine, who was previously elected under the FNM banner, is now running as an independent candidate and in Marker MP. But Marcos City has a history of changing its MP every 5 years. So the last MP to win 2 consecutive elections was back in 1997. Let's take a look at what happened at the polls today.
Sorry.
The Pine Ridge constituency on Grand Bahama has a total of 16 polling divisions on the island. For the most part, things were pretty quiet. But our ZNS News team had the opportunity to speak with a few voters who say they are excited to cast their vote.
We have a health crisis, we have an economic crisis, we have a social crisis in our country. And the election is a time where we can determine which direction you want to go in.
I think they're doing a good job, and I think they should go back. That's how I feel.
I'd like to see changes in a lot of the school. I'd like to see changes in a lot of the community. Like over the hill in Nassau, things need to be improved. Okay, I'd like to see the economy being built up.
All I gave was a freedom of choice, and I chose this party. And I pray for all the parties, you know, but this is the one I chose.
Polling centers include the Hugh Campbell Primary School, the Jack Haywood Senior High School, Tabernacle Baptist Christian Academy, St. Paul's Methodist College, and the Jack Haywood Junior High School. Presiding officer at the St. Paul's Methodist College, Claudine Tucker, says a few changes were made following the advance poll, and overall the process moved smoothly.
It's going
slow and steady at a regular good pace. They're trickling in, not too crowded, and, at a good pace.
First-time voter Destin Russell says he was pleased with the process.
Me personally, I'm trying to acquire wealth outside of the government because I feel like you shouldn't depend on them completely. You got to make your own way. But, just more job opportunities and things, if that's the path that you want to go on, job opportunities.
There are 6 candidates in the race for the Pine Ridge seat. Incumbent Frederick McAlpine, who's now offering as an independent. Wellborn Boodle is the FNM's candidate. Tavia Lowe for GCP, Ginger Moxie for the PLP, Belinda Williams for KGM, and independent candidate Shandokan Wilson. Italia Hall, ZNS Network News.
Now, based on the scenery here at Jack Haywood Junior High School, which is one of the polling divisions for the Marco City constituency, now 8 persons would have been nominated for this constituency. 6 of those persons represent parties, while the other 2 will be independent candidates. As soon as voters were able to enter the gates at Jack Haywood Junior Polling Station, Beulah McDonald was the first in line to mark her X.
I wake up this morning at 3 o'clock, and I reach out at 4. So it's an honor for me to come, to do what I have to do and leave.
I must say early boys get the best wine, and most definitely I'm an early person, so I'm looking forward for a successful turnout, and look forward for everybody just to come out to the polls and do the right thing.
Over at Jack Haywood Senior High School, voters stood on the lines patiently waiting to enter the gym to vote. When they came out, they were relieved and excited about their decision.
It is a great day in the Bahamas, and I feel really, really good and positive that we're going to have the right leader at the right time for a situation that we'll be dealing with right now. Somebody that I feel will be able to take this country to another level. And this is our privilege. This is a great opportunity, a constitutional right to make decisions for our country and for our future, for our young people coming up in the Bahamas.
I feel good to be able to vote, get my opinion out there. I look forward to see who comes out on top.
Over at polling division 7 and 8 at Sunline Baptist Academy, this voter says she will be waiting anxiously for the final results.
Excited. Can't wait for today.
Altogether, there are 18 polling divisions for the constituency of Marco City on Grand Bahama. We had an opportunity to visit the majority of those stations, and it's safe to say that residents in the Marco City constituency came out to vote for their candidate.
Well, Osman, I believe that Pine Ridge is the seat that the entire Bahamas is watching. We know the outspoken MP, Frederick McAlpine, was there. We have Wellborn Boodle for the Pre-National Movement and Ginger Moxie for the Progressive Liberal Party. You ran on the DNA's ticket in 2012. What do you think the chances are? And when you look at Pine Ridge, I know this time around the DNA has not put a candidate forth. What do you think about Pine Ridge?
I think Pine Ridge is a seat which really is indicative of a lot of the seats all over the country. We have a disparity between certain areas of Pine Ridge, the living standards that some of the constituents enjoy in certain areas as opposed to others. I think also that there are certain issues as it relates to rising crime rates that the constituents of Pine Ridge are concerned with. This is, after all, an urban area in Grand Bahama, and those issues of rising crime rates are something which the constituents have a key regard for. As it regards the current race, I think that, in my view, it's too close to call. The incumbent, Reverend McAlpine, has been a good candidate and, in fact, has actually represented the constituency very well, even going against the mandate of his own party, the Free National Movement. I think that that is an example of what real representation stands for. And I think that the members and the constituents of Pine Ridge should be very proud of the representation that they've received over the last 4.5 years.
Well, in just a matter of hours, we will have the answer as to who will be the representative of Pine Ridge over the next 5 years. Well, we will also have a team at the FNM and the PLP headquarters throughout the night, and we will bring you live coverage from both major parties a bit later in the broadcast. Right now, we'll swing it back to our colleagues in the Capitol, and when we come back, we will also take a look at the voting process in Abaco.
Great, thanks, Rashina. We enjoyed hearing how it went in Grand Bahama today. Well, we're going to take a break right now, and we'll have more for you when You Decide 2021 returns.
Are you or a loved one under medical care? Do you need affordable medical supplies? Ports International is the largest home health care supplier. Medical supplies at the very best price. And you can even shop online. From hospital beds to wound care, wheelchairs to walkers, Ports is a one-stop shop for your medical supplies, and we accept insurance. We have online shopping and 2 locations to serve you, at the Airport Industrial Park and Shirley Street. We also ship to the Family Islands. Shop online and visit us on Facebook. Call Ports at 377-1771.
Today is a day for fun. Today is a day for family. So why should yesterday's worries affect my today? That's why I insure my family with J.S. Johnson, because their mission is to provide us with the best insurance coverage possible. With J.S. Johnson, I know my family comes first, so I take comfort in knowing that they always have us covered, providing us with a great today and an even better tomorrow.
J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Simplify your life with SHIP. Office technology. Available in 2 locations, Harbour Bay and Madeira Street, Nassau. We provide a variety of affordable electronics, including laptops, tablets, and much more. Our shipping department provides flexible and next-day shipping, with affordable rates as low as $1.49 per pound. Both locations have a wide range of services such as shipping, technology, and locksmithing. Our office rentals start as low as $450 a month. Visit our stores today and let us help you simplify your life.
Transparency,
honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid
that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid
that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted.
You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure. This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here. Welcome back, and thanks for joining us on You Decide 2021. At this point, we're going to engage our guest. Safin Roll, we heard the Prime Minister earlier in our broadcast noted that he expects at least 90% turnout, voter turnout. Is that a realistic turnout considering, given the circumstances, given the challenges of the advance poll that have been ironed out, so it seems, but given what we're living under, COVID-19 pandemic, and considering the fact that in this general election, we have quarantine voters have been given the go-ahead to cast their ballot?
Makusha, from what I know of the Prime Minister, he has high hopes, and he is ambitious, and he wants to see the best happen for the country and for his party. And so his expectation of the 90% was exactly what he positively wanted to see. And so that was his expectation. Now, we have to wait and see what the results are to see how it matches up. But he really positively wanted to see that, notwithstanding all of the things that you just mentioned. And so if you have confidence in your people, like the Prime Minister has confidence in the Bahamian people, then you can expect great things.
Devon Francis, you seem to have another view of this. Let us in on that.
Well, I believe during the chaos of the advance poll, amalgamated with the fact that we have a pandemic for which we are fighting, I believe that the voter turnout wasn't as gargantuous as the Prime Minister would have predicted. It is my view that there were a lot of persons that were turned off from coming out to vote, and it may have been to his own detriment, unfortunately, but fortunately for the other parties, I believe that they would have benefited most by this. As an addendum, we've seen that there's always this rush at the last hour when coming with our Bahamian persons who come to vote, that they wait until around 4 o'clock, around 5 o'clock to come. And by virtue of the law, once someone is on the line, and even if the poll is supposed to close by 6 p.m., they are still mandated to vote once they stand on that line before 6 p.m.
Do you foresee then that voter, as far as you're concerned, and based on what you said, do you see voter turnout being not what has historically been expected?
Definitely. This is the first time we've ever had to face this pandemic. This is the first time that we've had this dispensation of persons that are quarantined who have been allowed to vote. And so I would definitely not be surprised if there was a low voter turnout. So I believe that the PM's prediction may have been a bit lofty and ambitious, but I don't see it as realistic.
Well, you know, Makushla, voter apathy is something that we really, really need to take a look at. And what is even more of a concern, I think, or should be of concern to us, is the fact that younger people are losing interest in the parliamentary and electoral process. We will go to a Zoom interview right now with a young person who just graduated from the University of the Bahamas with a degree in history and psychology, and he, like many other young people, did not bother to register, so definitely they did not vote. Let's speak with Natino Thompson right now. Mr. Thompson, good evening.
Good evening, everyone.
Good. You are one of those people who did not bother to vote today. Tell us why.
I did not bother to vote because I wasn't on the registry the last time, and it's for the same reason. There are no candidates who represent me across the board. And I'm not apathetic. I consciously chose not to go and vote because it makes, for me, it makes no sense. I don't see the reason to stand on that long line and put in a vote when there are no candidates who I feel are speaking my language, have the ideas that I want to see enacted within the country, and have my best interests at heart. And when that's the case, then I use Herbert Spencer's The Right to Ignore the State. I enact that. I'm ignoring the state because the state does not seek my well-being, and that is shown by the candidates which represents each political party. So I'm saying categorically across the board, all parties do not represent me as an individual. Now, I may represent a particular demographic of people, young people, right? But along these lines, young people are not turning up because of that same reason. And it's not always apathy. It's very conscientiously that we decide that it does not make sense and it will not benefit me.
But my thing
or
is,
my future.
My thing is, how do you make the kind of change that you might crave or want if you don't participate in the process? How do you make change?
There are other ways to make change, right? And I do not think that perpetuating a cycle of dysfunction is a way to have change. I had this conversation with my father. He was saying to me, "Well, y'all have to be the people that change, that make the change." And I said to him, "That's a cop-out." I said, because what you are doing is you're saying to me that it's okay if y'all never took up the mantle or y'all never dealt with the issues that existed or that had existed well before I even came into this world. And y'all are putting it on us, right? And what we're seeing is these are generational cyclical problems that have persisted. And it
Santino,
is
let's just stick a pin. We'll just stick a pin there. Sorry to interrupt you. We have our first set of results in from Mangrove Key and South Andros. 2 of 12 polls in. At this point, we have D'Angelo Ferguson of the FNM with 17, Leon Lundy from the PLP with 10, Uric Sands with 6. He's an independent candidate. We have Trevor Green from the Coalition of Independents with 0 votes, Cornelius McKinney of the BCP with 0 votes, and Angelo Smith, also an independent, with 0 votes. Once again, that's our first two out of 12 polls in the Mangrove Key and South Andros constituency.
Great. Well, first set of votes in, Devard Francis and Surf and Roll. What are your thoughts?
Wonderful. I expect D'Angelo Ferguson to carry Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros. Very dynamic young man, candidate who came in at the last minute, some would say, but brought lots of energy. And I would say that he's a young man who, even before he was selected as the candidate, was already engaging with his future constituents throughout the length and breadth of that constituency, engaging with them, going house to house, a young man who people said has been to every house as he canvassed with the previous nominee for that seat.
Now, Devard Francis is the first 2 of 12 polls, but that was a PLP seat.
Yes.
What would that, I mean, I don't think you can afford to lose any seats, but what would that mean if this seat goes to the FNM?
Julian, to be very honest with you, 17 to 10, that's no big margin. South Andros is historically a PLP seat. It is the seat of our former Prime Minister and our former leader of the Progressive Liberal Party. We are just at the embryonic stages of this particular poll itself, and I expect that the results would be very different at the end of this. Leon Lundy has been working arduously in South Andros for months now, and we expect him and we expect South Andros to be in our willing column in the PLP. Key word is expectation. Just like the Prime Minister's expectation for the 90% voter turnout. Key word is expectation. I expect it to be FNM.
Devard, you know that Leon Lundy has been working hard.
Yes.
He does not reside in Mangrove Key, correct?
Yes. Yeah, he does not.
Does it give D'Angelo Ferguson an unfair advantage that he's a son of the soil? He's actually in that community, live in that community, work in that community, despite coming into the race just weeks ahead of the election. I think he was ratified the week of nomination.
It's a very good question. But historically, looking at the seat, Celine Pinlin never resided there. One of the only independents ever in Bahamian history to win the seat, Whitney Bastian, never resided there. Mr. Picewell Forbes, who had won the last 3 elections in there, never resided there. And so I don't think where the actual candidate is domiciled actually makes a difference. It's basically the work that you put on the ground itself. It's where his heart is. His heart is with his people in that area, and we will see when the voters, when the returns come. And I want to just add, Makushla, that
it is 3 distinct districts, Central, South, and Mangrove Key. I'm going to educate you a little bit on that area. And D'Angelo is from the south of that constituency, the Southern District, the Kemps Bay area. And so he does not live in Mangrove Key where we see those first returns come in.
Great. Well, we're going to go back to Natina Thompson, who's joining us via Zoom. And first set of votes coming out. How will whatever happens today affect your future, you think? And for those of other young people, Latino?
Well, I think it just all depends on what's important to the young person, right? I want to see a Bahamas that's inclusive, right? Not exclusive. I want to see a Bahamas that's not xenophobic, that's not homophobic, that's not heterosexist, that's not sexist. And in order for that to happen, we need cultural shifts. We need shifts in mindset. We need a more educated society, right? We need access to more opportunities. We need access to social services. We need access to all of these things, which I think are fundamental human rights, which in the Bahamas, we don't always acknowledge. And so from my perspective, my worldview is that everything, race, class, and gender are intersectional, right? And that is an intersectional kind of feminist and queer politics, right? Most of my studies, most of the work that I do resides in gender and queer studies. And so it means then that the more marginalized people have to become a priority. We have to move them from the margins into the center, and they have to become a part of the society. That means our legislation surrounding disabled persons, our legislation surrounding making women equal in the Bahamas, making LGBTQ rights a priority, making refugee and stateless people a priority in our politics. And I don't see that happening. So I'm not going to show up.
Good. We understand that, and I think you've made your point extremely clear. We thank you for joining us, but we've got to go on to some other stories right now. But thank you for participating in You Decide 2021, and we'll see what the future holds for a more inclusive Bahamas.
Well, a very passionate contribution right there. But for more than 10,000 voters here in the capital, in the Elizabeth and Yamacraw constituencies, are expected to mark their acts in this year's general election, endorsing the candidate of their choice, and by extension, the government. Cleopatra Murphy visited those polling centers today, where she caught up with the candidates, hoping to secure those coveted votes.
Election fever was in full swing at the Elizabeth and Yamacraw polling centers, where political parties had their full arsenals out as voters headed to the polls. 5,710 registered voters were expected to cast their ballots at the Thelma Gibson Primary School in the Elizabeth constituency. Another 5,268 were expected to vote at St. Andrew's International School in Yamacraw. Free National Movement and Progressive Liberal Party candidates for Elizabeth, Dr. Dwayne Sands and Jobeth Colby Davis, are feeling confident after the campaigns they ran.
We are running on our record for the last 4.5 years. Nobody can take that away. And so when you add to that what we believe has been a fair and aggressive campaign on our part, we believe that there's no reason to be anything less than confident.
The people are ready for a new day. They're ready for change. It's obvious from the conversations as they're passing back and forth, saying hello. They're notifying and saying that they're just ready to see a new day and see a new government and get a new mandate for the country.
Coalition of Independence candidate for Elizabeth, Cara Ellis, United Coalition Movement candidate for Southern Shores, Adrian Francis, and Coalition of Independence candidate for Yamacraw, Chad Rutherford, says Bahamians now expect more from candidates and government.
A lot of Bahamians have woken up to the fact that, number one, you don't serve your MP serves you. So there are a lot of persons that are now looking for the plans from their MP instead of just looking at, is it red, is it yellow, is it green? So they're not just looking at colors anymore or voting for the leader.
I just believe that we've come to a place where the Bahamas is on the cliff.
It's time for this country to improve and go forward. Let's take back these natural resources and feed our people, give them businesses, opportunities.
FNM and PLP candidates for Yamacraw, Ellsworth Johnson and Zane Lightbourne both say they are encouraged by their turnout of supporters, reflecting on the campaigns they ran leading up to Election Day.
I think we ran a stellar campaign. Our campaign was about service and people. And so we reached, and that is the most precious resource. So we've been going to the people, hearing their concerns, and responding as best we can.
We simply gave the truth. And so I think that's what the people need. They are tired, they're weary because of COVID, because of the hurricane. We've been through a lot.
The success of those campaigns from the established parties to third parties and independent candidates remains to be seen as the country waits with bated breath to see who will govern for the next 5 years. Cleopatra Murphy, ZNS Network News.
Well, from the east to the south, Desmond Saunders has this report.
So I came to this location at 6 a.m. this morning. It's 7:26 a.m. As you're aware, the polls open at 8 and close at 6 p.m. And just look at this long line stretching for blocks. A number of persons coming out in large numbers to cast their ballots here at the C.V. Bethel High School. There are 13 polling divisions. Over 5,000 residents within the registered voters within the Pinewood Gardens constituency expected to cast their ballots. A number of officers from the Royal Bahamas Police Force stationed here to ensure a smooth flow. A number of parties that have mounted tents, and as you can see, scores are continuing to line up to vote in this year's election. So COVID-19 protocols strictly enforced, and a number of voters being encouraged to abide by the COVID-19 protocols that are put in place. Special consideration provided for the disabled and senior citizens. And also want to remind you of the candidates contesting in this seat. The Free National Movement candidate, Ruben Ramming, for this Pinewood Gardens constituency, Miles LaRota from the Progressive Liberal Party, Stephen Nesbitt from the Democratic National Alliance, and Lincoln Bain from the Coalition of Independents. So things continuing to evolve, and that's the picture that's out here. My photographer capturing the images that are out here. Pretty active scene here at the C.V. Bethel High School.
Well, once again, that was our Desmond Saunders. You're watching You Decide 2020. There's more when we return.
Probably already know that BTC has the most superior, fastest broadband service anywhere. Superfast internet speeds available to our customers on our fiber network. But did you know about the great deals that exist and how easy it is to join this exciting, expanding network?
It's extremely exciting here at BTC. We're excited not only for ourselves, but for our customers. Customers in our fiber footprint are getting a minimum of 100 megabytes per second. Customers can come into our brick and mortar locations. In Nassau, we have the Southwest Plaza, the Marathon Mall location, as well as our neighborhood locations. We also have locations in Freeport, Grand Bahama, as well as Abaco, and all throughout the Bahamas. And aside from that, customers that are not wanting to come into the store can take advantage of our virtual store where we do business online through the web. Customers can do anything that they want to do in the brick and mortar location virtually. In a time like this is definitely mind-blowing for our customers because we're in a pandemic. Most persons are either working from home or have children that are doing schooling from home, and definitely we need faster internet speeds, of course, at a better price. And so that within itself is exciting for our customers, and it's exciting to be able to offer it to our customers.
This is a huge investment BTC is making in communities across the Bahamas. We may live on different islands, but for BTC, it's a unified vision with you in mind. These are still the moments that move us. I'm Corbell Pyfrom. Continue to be well and be back here next BTC Connection.
Relax, enjoy, savor, unwind, and exhale, knowing we've got you covered every step of the way. Find out why we pride ourselves on being the largest and oldest insurance agency in the Bahamas. Log on to jsjohnson.com for more information and like us on Facebook. J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
It has the looks, the style, the performance. Your new car is everything you always dreamed of. Now it's here. Commonwealth Bank was happy to help put you behind the wheel with a new car loan at a competitive rate and fast, friendly approval. It's a service that just comes naturally to us, just like how love of tradition comes naturally to you. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
Health is the greatest gift. That's where we come in. Bahamas Medical and Surgical Supplies is a premier distributor of medical equipment, as well as medical and surgical consumables. Our engineers are always on hand, providing top care service that saves lives. We carry a wide selection of over-the-counter and prescription items, IV fluids, and other injections. Our products are state-of-the-art, and our entire team stays on top of cutting-edge technology. With more than 2 decades of dedicated service, Bahamas Medical and Surgical Supplies continues to be a trendsetter and innovator in healthcare. We have set ourselves apart by truly caring for our customers. We understand the intricacies of healthcare, and we produce spectacular results. We cherish our partnerships and nurture our friendships as we continue on our quest to help everyone maintain that wonderful gift of good health. Find us on 9th Fifth Terrace, Centerville, right in the heart of the medical service epicenter of Nassau, Bahamas.
Welcome back. We have some first results out of Long Island for you. Adrian Gibson of the FNM, 68. Now, the Tyrell Young of the PLP, 53. Mr. Carroll of the UCM, 2. And Adderley, an independent, 1. So that's 68 for the FNM, 53 for the PLP, 2 for the UCM, and 1 for the independent. We'll have more for you, obviously, as more results come in, and they're beginning to come in fairly fast. But let's speak to Sir Fenroll and Devard Francis about independence right now. Well, first, give me your thoughts about these first results out of Long Island. Well, is it closer than you expected, Sir Fenroll, so far for the first set of results?
I don't think it's closer than I expected. I don't know which polling division that you called. I was taking some notes at the time. But what I do know is that in certain aspects or certain parts of any constituency, you will have some close seats, close votes, and you will have some wide gaps. And so that might have been a marginal polling division. At least once the FNM is ahead, I'm happy with those results. And I'm confident that Long Island will be in the FNM column.
And actually, it's the first of 9 polling divisions. Yeah. Early days. A little ways to go there as well. But we got a result from an independent there. Now, a lot of people have been talking a lot about independence and putting it out there that they may have a major impact in this election. Do you think they will?
You know, let's wait and see. I believe that any vote that goes in another direction is an impact. Any vote. because every single vote matters and every single vote counts. And so it is an impact, but let's just see how much of an impact it is.
Well, we have another set of results in from Long Island. Adrian Gibson from the F&M this time around with 219 votes. Tyrell Young from the PLP with 93 votes. Sidney Carroll from the United Coalition Movement with 2 votes. And Shaquille Adderley, an independent in this race, with 1 vote. Gentlemen, what are the constituencies to watch? F&M is, the Long Island, rather, is an F&M stronghold. I presume that the F&M has counted it as one that it's going to win. It may be a bold presumption, but it's always held down the F&M. But what other constituencies would you say are the constituencies to watch, the make it or break it constituencies for either party?
I am watching very closely the constituency of Pine Ridge. I consider Pine Ridge, that is where I believe Ginger Moxie for the Progressive Liberal Party, Wellborn Boodle for the Free National Movement. But I believe in this constituency has the strongest independent candidate in Frederick McAlpine. And I believe so because Mr. McAlpine, he has been someone who has been very consistent in Parliament, and he has been someone who has been very true to his convictions. Now, I do believe that the Progressive Liberal Party's Ms. Ginger Moxie will be victorious in this, but I think Julian would have asked us now the impact of the independents, and I believe the strongest impact will come from Frederick McAlpine out of all of the candidates. Other than that, I believe that most of the independent candidates has just decided to make a gratuitous donation of $400 to our Treasury, and we thank them for their valiant and conscientious effort, but I don't consider there to be a terrible tremor or wave from the independents. I don't consider them. If Mr. McAlpine, he will do a bit of damage, but I'm not counting on them to win 1 seat. That's my prediction.
Very kind words that my colleague has for Frederick McAlpine. But I would like to just point out the $400, and I understand we say those things and sometimes we joke about that. But even beyond the $400 that those independents, even if they make it into the House of Assembly or not, they present issues to this campaign. All of the candidates present issues and concerns. And so I don't think that we should belittle and make light of that.
No one.
I think that we should respect. I think that we should respect that they bring more to the table than $400.
Sorry, they asked what do we think? We're here as analysts.
And the seats that I do predict. The seats that I am watching.
Prediction.
Well, gentlemen, just so not to.
We've got some more.
I just want to say I'm watching Nassau Village and St. Barnabas. I am watching those.
And St. Barnabas is in at this point. St. Barnabas at this point, you have Shannon Dawn Cartwright from the F&M with 204 votes. Michael Alcides from the PLP with 163 votes. You have Kermit Agaro of the Coalition of Independents with 11 votes. Alexander Kemp of KGM with 5 votes. Another 5 votes picked up by Michael Butler from the BWFM. There's another 5 votes from Karen Butler. She's an independent candidate. And the DNA, Teddy Russell with 1 vote.
And back to Long Island after 3 of 9 polling divisions. Adrian Gibson still in the lead with 239 votes. Tyrell Young with 100 of the PLP with 128 votes. Sidney Carroll of the UCM with 3 votes. And Shaquille Adderley, an independent, with 2 votes.
Now, as I was saying, there was asked, what do we prognosticate? What is our predictions? And it was simply my prediction that they will win no seats. So it wasn't a matter of belittling them. So I consider that very, very offensive by Mr. Roll. But it was my opinion that they will not win 1 seat and no independence.
I didn't come to
here,
offend.
we're gonna stick a pin in that argument. We have results coming in again from Mangrove Key and South Andros, where Trevor Green from the COI has 4 votes. Leon Lundy from the PLP, 113. D'Angelo Ferguson, the FNM's D'Angelo Ferguson, with 112. Cornelius McKinney from the BCP with 1. Yorick Sands, an independent in this race, with 11. And Angelo Smith, another independent, with 2 votes. That's Mangrove Key and South Andros.
Also, Macushla, we have from Central Grand Bahama, Kirk Russell of the PLP with 67 votes. Iram Lewis of the FNM, 66 votes. Latanya Strona of the COI, 30 votes. And Troy Garvey of the UCM, 2 votes. That's what's happening right now out of Central Grand Bahama. Quite a few coming in bit by bit.
Yes.
Your thoughts on these, Sir Fent Roll and Devard Francis?
Well, there is, Long Island has been a FNM stronghold for years and has been extremely consistently FNM. So we are still looking for the results from the lasting polling divisions. As Sir Fent said, I am looking, I've seen that maybe St. Barnabas may come in soon. That is one that I'm definitely watching between Shannon Dodd Cartwright and Mr. Michael Alcides. I don't know the independents. Maybe Mr. Roll may want to let us know the independents. But that is a race that I am looking at.
Now, gentlemen, this election is for many reasons one to watch. Do you, the results are just coming in, but do you feel, based on what's been happening on the ground, the sentiments of the people, do you feel this will be a landslide victory for either party?
I don't feel, my opinion, as it stands now, I don't feel that it would be an extreme landslide, but in this present dispensation, the first to 20 wins. So we'll take it 20 to 19, 21, 18. However, it's a landslide in my view when the Progressive Liberal Party would be the victors in this.
Sorry, go ahead.
I know the Free National Movement wants a comfortable majority, and they want a certain mandate. And so that's what's important. A landslide would be great. A landslide would be nice. But we want to have a comfortable majority and to govern this nation. You see that there have been remarkable issues that have arisen since 2017. This isn't about bragging rights. This is about governance.
Well, let's talk a little bit about your messages during the campaign. We'll start with you, Devard Francis, excuse me.
Yes.
And the Progressive Liberal Party's platform.
Well, let's just stick a pin there, Julian. We have Central and South Eleuthera totals are in. Central and South Eleuthera, that is, voters are in. Hein Johnson from the FNM, 80. Clay Sweeting from the PLP with 87. Alfonso Albury from the GCP with 0. And Cassius Stewart from the United Coalition Movement with 5 votes.
And I think we have some more. Well, there was just on your screen, that was Mangrove Key again, 3 polling divisions. D'Angelo Ferguson of the FNM with 112 votes. Trevor Green of the COI, 4 votes. Leon Lundy of the PLP, 113 votes. Cornelius McKinney of the BCP, 1 vote. Yorick Sands, an independent, 11 votes. And of Angelo Smith, an independent, 2 votes. That's after 3 of 12 polling divisions. Those are the totals so far out of Mangrove Key and South Andros.
Yeah.
Clay Sweeting over in Central and South Eleuthera. Let's talk about that, Devard. Devard, he was switched from North Eleuthera.
Yes.
What's behind that?
Well, basically, in the Progressive Liberal Party, there's a process. We had South Eleuthera and Central residents who had called for him. The Candidates Committee ratified him, and Clay has been definitely working the ground. He has been someone who has been our marine and fisheries and agriculture ambassador, and I expect a victory from Central and South Eleuthera. We won our things back. And so I expect a victory by there.
Well, the results are coming in fast at this point, but we'll take a break and return with more after this. You're watching You Decide 2021.
Are you tired of playing the guessing game with garbage collectors?
Yeah.
Well, Impact Waste has a solution for you.
Okay.
Here's how we do it. Go to www.impactwaste.com, submit a service request, and pay online. It's that simple. Choose Impact Waste for all of your residential and commercial sanitization needs. Contact Impact Waste today.
Transparency, honesty.
And accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
I feel beautiful. Peace Junction. And now I feel so wonderful. Peace Junction. Peace Junction. They got everything you need and more.
We are your one-stop gift shop downtown in the Culmerville Plaza. Handbags, accessories, and fragrances for men, women, and kids. Open Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Special orders and layaway available. Call 352-9554 for more info.
They got everything you need and more.
Life is better with Rubis Rewards. Just fuel up and swipe for your chance to win free fuel, cash back in our stores, restaurant and store discounts from our partners, plus prizes and surprises. It doesn't get better than this. Your Rubis Reward tag is free at every Rubis service station in New Providence. Get yours today. Rubis, it's just better.
Bonaventure Medical Laboratory at East Avenue, Centerville, and Sandyport celebrates 20 years of providing quality laboratory services with timely results. While partnering with your physicians and insurance companies, we have expanded into our modernized facility providing EKG testing, the latest in gonorrhea and chlamydia STD tests, rapid tests, paternity screens, online reporting of results, and also phlebotomy training. Visit or call Bonaventure Medical Lab, open daily at 7:30 a.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m., or visit our Sandyport or Southside Clinic locations.
Take these great specials home in super value tote bags, 2 for $3. Best Yet cornflakes, 18-ounce, $2.69. Rainbow evaporated milk, large can, 2 for 99 cents. Coca-Cola sodas, 6-pack, 12-ounce size, $3.29. Danish spare ribs, $2.29 per pound. Sweet Gala apples, 3-pound bag, $3.99. Open Monday through Saturdays, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with double stamps on Sundays. That's super value and quality supermarkets.
With your home elevated with BTC Superfast Fiber Internet, you can elevate your mobile experience with unlimited talk, data, and roaming for as low as $50 per line. Enjoy more savings and value with up to 600 megabits per second internet speeds and all the connectivity you need on the go.
Hun, I think our BTC Mobile is elevated.
You think? An elevated experience starts with BTC at home, powering unlimited mobile talk, data, and roaming plus great savings. Visit a BTC store or btcbahamas.com for more details.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
It's in our name, fried chicken. It's our thing. Others may try, but we have the original. We put the extra in extra crispy. And our spicy secrets in everyone's mouth. So if we want to make the best chicken sandwich, we just need to put our name on it. The new Kentucky Chicken Sandwich. An abundant triple breaded filet, premium mayo, and pickles, all on a buttered brioche bun. The best chicken sandwich had to be KFC.
Are you or a loved one under medical care? Do you need affordable medical supplies? Ports International is the largest home healthcare supplier. Medical supplies at the very best price. And you can even shop online. From hospital beds to wound care, wheelchairs to walkers, Ports is a one-stop shop for your medical supplies, and we accept insurance. We have online shopping and 2 locations to serve you. At the Airport Industrial Park and Shirley Street. We also ship to the Family Islands. Shop online and visit us on Facebook. Call Ports at 377-1771.
Welcome back to ZNS News Network's live coverage of You Decide 2021. And at this point, we're going to recap a few constituency votes coming into a few constituencies for you, beginning with Long Island, where there's a registered voter count of 1,835. At this point, in polling station number 1, Adrian Gibson from the F&M has secured 68 votes. In that same polling division, Tyrell Young, 53 votes. Sidney Charles Carroll from the UCM, 2 votes. Shaquille Adderley, an independent in that race, 1 vote, for a total of 124 votes in that polling station. We move down to polling station number 4 in Long Island. Adrian Gibson from the F&M, 151 votes. The PLP's Tyrell Young, 40 votes. 0 votes for both Sidney Carroll from the UCM as well as Shaquille Adderley. Moving down to polling division number 7 in Long Island, Adrian Gibson, 20 votes. Tyrell Young, 35 votes. Sidney Carroll, 1 vote, and 1 vote as well for Shaquille Adderley, the independent in the race. Now that gives us at this point 239 votes for Adrian Gibson. Tyrell Young from the PLP, 128 votes. Sidney Carroll, 3 votes. Shaquille Adderley, 2 votes. So at this point, Mr. Adrian Gibson, the incumbent for that constituency, has a 64%. Has secured 64% of the voters. But as you may well know, we still have a few more polling divisions to come in for that constituency. We also have the numbers for St. Barnabas constituency, where there are quite a number of candidates, more so than the Long Island constituency. For Kermit Orville Agaro of the COI, the Coalition of Independents, in polling station number 1, where there is a registered count of 174 voters, Kermit Agaro has secured 5 votes. Terrell Russell from the DNA, 1 vote. Shenandoah Cartwright, the incumbent in that area, 117 votes. Michael Alquitas from the PLP, 104 votes. Karen Butler, an independent, 1 vote. Alexander Camp from the KGM, 1 vote, and Michael Butler from the BWFM, 1 vote. We also have results in from polling division number 6 in the St. Barnabas constituency. That's 6 votes for Kermit Agaro from the COI. DNA's Teddy Russell, 0 votes. Shannon Cartwright, 57 votes. Michael Hakidas, 59 votes. Karen Butler, 4 votes. Another 4 votes for Alexander Kemp of the KGM. And Michael Butler of the BWFW. 0 votes. And overall there, gentlemen, there's a total of 4,601 votes to claim in the St. Barnabas constituency. And at this point, Shannon Dawn, the incumbent, has secured 49% of the votes, and Michael Halkidas, 46% of the votes. The independent, 1%, and the other 2 candidates, Alexander Kemp and Michael Butler, well, 0%. So that's where we are with St. Barnabas and Long Island. And Julian, you have some results in as well.
Absolutely. From Mangrove Key and South Andros. Polling division number 1. Trevor O'Neill, Green, COI, 0 votes. Cornelius E. McKinney of the BCP, 0 votes. D'Angelo Ferguson of the FNM, 17 votes. Leon Edwards Lundy of the PLP, 10 votes. Yorick Sands, an independent, 6 votes. Angelo Ariel Smith, an independent, 0 votes. Polling division number 5, Trevor O'Neill Green, COI, 4 votes. Cornelius McKinney, BCP, 1 vote. D'Angelo Ferguson, FNM, 71 votes. Leon Lundy, PLP, 67 votes. Yorick Sands, independent, 5 votes. Angelo Smith, an independent, 2 votes. Polling division number 6 in Mangrove Key and South Andros. Trevor Green, COI, 0 votes. Cornelius McKinney, BCP, 0 votes. D'Angelo Ferguson, FNM, 24 votes. Leon Lundy, PLP, 36 votes. Yorick Sands, independent, 0 votes. And Angelo Smith, independent, 0 votes. The totals, out of 2,338 votes so far in Mangrove Key and South Andros. Trevor Green, COI, 4 votes. Cornelius McKinney, BCP, 1 vote. D'Angelo Ferguson, FNM, 112 votes. Leon Lundy, PLP, 113 votes. Yorick Sands, independent, 11 votes. And Angelo Smith, independent, 2 votes. So it's just a very closely margin there for Leon Lundy of the PLP so far, having 47% of the votes, as opposed to D'Angelo Ferguson of the FNM with 46%.
We also have, I'm sorry, Julian, we also have Marathon in where Ramald Ferreira from the FNM has 109 votes. Lisa Ramming from the PLP, 106 votes. Shantiqua Clare of the COI, 21 votes. 1 vote for Zacchaeus Glass of the DNA. 1 vote for Brian McCarty of the BCP. No votes for Raquel Horton, an independent candidate, and no vote for Stella Thompson of the GCP. And that, again, is the total coming out of the Marathon constituency.
To recap from Central Grand Bahama, what they have so far, just 2 polling divisions reporting so far. In polling division number 6, with 30 votes, Latanya Ferguson-Strawn. Iram Lewis of the FNM, 66 votes. Kirk Russell of the PLP, 67 votes. Rawlington Cooper Jr. of the KGM, 2 votes. And Troy Garvey of the UCM, 2 votes. Now in polling division number 13, Latanya Ferguson-Strawn of the COI, 15 votes. Iram Lewis, 83 votes. Kirk Russell, 75 votes. Rawlington Cooper, independent, KGM, 0 votes. Troy Garvey, UCM, 4 votes. The totals so far out of 6,809 votes. Latanya Ferguson-Strawn, COI, 45 votes. Iram Lewis, FNM, 149 votes. Kirk Russell, PLP, 142 votes. Rollington Cooper of the KGM, 2 votes. And Troy Garvey, UCM, 6 votes.
We now have Bain and Grantstown also in. Travis Robertson, the incumbent there, with 20 votes. Wade Watson, his opponent from the Progressive Liberal Party, with 114 votes. Keno Lockhart from the DNA, 4 votes. Donna Marie Major from the COI with 3 votes. Brenda Pender from the UCM with 1 vote. And Michelle Malcolm from the GCP with 3 votes. Again, those are the results from the Bain and Grantstown constituency. Gentlemen?
Your thoughts so far?
I am particularly interested in Marathon. I see that there is quite a close race that's going on between Lisa Raming and Ramal Ferreira. Very interested in what the outcome would be. I see in Baintown, I didn't expect the gap to be as wide in that polling division number 1, but we'll wait to see. It's only the beginning of their results beginning to manifest. But I'm watching Baintown also. But let's see, I see some more results coming in now. Sorry.
Yes, so these are from Fort Charlotte. And if we can put that higher up on the big screen. But Jermico Archer of the FNM, 54 votes. From the PLP, Alfred Sayers, 111 votes. From the, that's Nelda Fox, is it, from the UCM, 0 votes. And Daphne Johnson of the COI, 12 votes. And with 8 votes, if we can put the screen up a little bit bigger, the numbers are not big enough yet for me.
Fontella Chipman.
That's Fontella Chipman,
yes.
With 8 votes. So that's what's happening in Fort Charlotte so far. The first polling division of 11. So 10 more to go there.
Yes. Well, I expect Mr. Alfred Sayers to regain. He has always been a formidable figure in Fort Charlotte. I think the last time he would have run had been in 2012, where he was the actual member of parliament for Fort Charlotte. Also in Baintown, I also expect Mr. Wade Watson. That was traditionally a PLP seat, so I do expect Mr. Wade Watson to win that particular seat.
Very, very good candidates in Bain and Grantstown. Travis Robinson, we will remember the historic election, one of the youngest, or the youngest for the Bahamas, definitely.
Absolutely, yeah.
That's right.
And then neighboring is Fort Charlotte. And I don't know what polling division it was exactly, but I do expect for Jermico Archer to also show up much better as we go through the night.
We now have Mount Moriah in with Marvin Dames, the FNM's incumbent, with 102 votes. Mikhail Barnaby from the PLP with 100 votes. Carneal Ferguson of the DNA, 16 votes. Jacqueline McKenzie from the COI with 18 votes. Stephen Surratt from the CPM with 1 vote, and Samuel Strawn, the independent there running in that race with no votes. Again, that's Mount Moriah totals coming in at this point. Mikhail Barnaby inching out Marvin Dames with inching out Mikhail Barnaby at this point with 102 to 100 votes.
And that's one polling division, I think, only reporting for Mount Moriah.
Yes, that's the first one so far. Yeah.
Very close.
Well, what it shows so far, Julian, is that there are still only 2 parties that are still gaining the momentum and gaining the majority of votes. I've heard all the banter about independent parties, and basically you're either one of the two. Either you're with the Free National Movement or the Progressive Liberal Party.
They've not finished yet, but for example, in Central Grand Bahama it was, and then also in Mangrove Key and South Andros, some of the other parties have been taking some votes that might make the difference at the end of the day.
Absolutely.
3 or 4 of them but you don't know what the final outcome will mean.
But Julian, I think, and I hear about the two, and I agree, at this stage, a lot of people are fixated on the two major parties. But you see quite more of the electorate looking at the actual issues.
Yes.
Earlier we had a young person who was on, I think, via Zoom, speaking to some issues and whatnot. And we often focus on those who didn't vote or who feel that they are not involved in the process. And we often leave out those who do, or those who have. There's so many young people who did register, who did go out to vote, and they wanted their issues to be heard. And so I believe it's important to focus, as well as on those who did not participate in the process, on those who have. So it's the issues, whether it's from one party or the next or independent, the issues do matter.
DeVard made this point some time ago about each party counting so many constituencies as their own, in terms of percentage. He's nailed that down, and his colleague has nailed that down to 40-40 and that 20% swing voters. What for the FNM, what does it take to sway that swing voters in the nick of time to your side?
Well, the issues do matter. And so, yeah, we have the traditional campaign and whatnot. Everybody has to do what they have to do. But the issues do matter. And so you can see that there's now been a consistent approach in these previous elections and even today to have manifestos and the plans and whatnot. And so what sways persons to our side is what we intend to do for the nation at a top level and even just at a very local level. And so those undecided, traditionally undecided voters, you have to engage them so much more. You have to find out what their needs are and their concerns are. That may not even be in the mainstream, but you need to find out what pattern of thought they have nationally and even locally. And I think that you would be able to capture their hearts and minds. So I go right back to the issues.
Now, obviously, social media has become a very important tool in getting your messages out. Of course, in many cases, a lot of them have been abused by other parties, or other entities, I should say. Tell us about your social media platform, both of you.
Very vibrant social media platform, engaging not just with young people, but also with other demographics, women, the seniors, and with men, trying to find out those key areas that they are actually interested in. And so you would have seen from a very dynamic social media campaign, it's skewed towards those different groups. Family islanders, young people looking, entrepreneurs, investors even. And so you look at social media today and it just captures everything. And
that's right there, it's instantaneous.
It's right there, but it also can be abused, and we've seen that. We've seen it being abused, but that is something that I know that we have in the Free National Movement have tried to send to our troops, not to engage in certain behavior on social media or online that would be either unlawful or unnecessary.
Well, at this point, we'll take another break. After that, more results. You're watching You Decide 2021.
Dr. Bonami.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rajesh Pahawa.
Hi, I'm Dr. Jazreel Thompson.
Infectious diseases physician.
I'm radiologist at Doctors Hospital.
An anesthesiologist here at Doctors Hospital.
And I'm fully vaccinated against COVID-19.
I'm fully vaccinated against COVID.
I'm fully vaccinated against COVID-19.
Are you?
Are you?
Are you?
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Transparency, honesty.
And accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted. You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure. This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
Bonaventure Medical Laboratory at East Avenue, Centerville, and Sandyport celebrates 20 years of providing quality laboratory services with timely results. While partnering with your physicians and insurance companies, we have expanded into our modernized facility providing EKG testing, the latest in gonorrhea and chlamydia STD tests, rapid tests, paternity screens, online reporting of results, and also phlebotomy training. Visit or call Bonaventure Medical Lab, open daily at 7:30 a.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m., or visit our Sandyport or Southside clinic locations.
Life is better with Rubis Rewards. Just fuel up and swipe for your chance to win free fuel, cash back in our stores, restaurant and store discounts from our partners, plus prizes and surprises. It doesn't get better than this. Your Rubis Reward tag is free at every Rubis service station in New Providence. Get yours today. Rubis, it's just better.
Join up for life insurance. Secure the ones that you love. Join up with Family Guardian. We offer full protection. Join the family. Join the family. Family Guardian. Protect the ones you love. A brand that you can trust. Family Guardian.
Welcome back to You Decide 2021. We have some results out of West Grand Bahama and Bimini right now. Now, these are totals, but as the night progresses, we will give you the details of the polling divisions. But right now, out of West Grand Bahama, we have Obi Wilshcombe, the PLP, 97 votes. Pakisha Parker Edgecombe of the FNM, 79 votes. Mario Mott, the DNA, 4 votes. Randall Cooper, the KGM, 0 votes. Stephen Hall, COI, 31 votes. Wesley Pete, BWFM, 0 votes. Hiram Roll, UCM, 0 votes. O'Brien Roll of the RGM, 0 votes. And Aquan Swain of the Independent, 6 votes. We also just had some Nassau Village scores come across our screen, Makushla.
Julian, you're correct. Jamal Strawn for the PLP in Nassau Village, 129 votes. And again, these numbers are the totals. Nicole Martin for the FNM, 63 votes. Zerlene Ferguson from the DNA, 1 vote. The COI's Jason Gibson, 17 votes. Independent, Mario Woodside, 0 votes, and DeWitt Moultrie, another independent in that race with 2 votes. Again, that's Nassau Village totals.
It seems as if we have some more totals coming out of St. Barnabas. Michael Halkitis of the PLP, 401 votes. Shenandoah Cartwright, FNM, 437 votes. Teddy Russell of the DNA, 5 votes. Kieran Butler, Independent, 7 votes. Kermit Agaro, C of I, 40 votes. Alexander Kemp, KGM, 7 votes. And Michael Butler, BWFM, 7 votes. Okay. I think you have some polling divisions as well that we can start off with.
Just a recap of the polling divisions. We have here Fort Charlotte, and we have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candidates in this constituency. We're beginning with the COI Daphne Johnson, and in polling division number 8, she secured 12 votes. In that same polling division, Nelda Jennifer Fox of the UCM, 0 votes. The FNM's Jamaica Archer, 54 votes. The PLP's Alfred Sayers, 111 votes. Fontella Chipman Roll, the independent in the race, 8 votes. Angela Michelle Cox, another independent with 1 vote. And Percival Everest Roberts with 2 votes. And that's out of Fort Charlotte in polling division number 8. That puts, at this point, Alfred Sayers in the lead with 59% of the votes, and Jamaica Archer of the FNM with 29% of the votes. Fort Charlotte, however, has a total of 4,978 voters. Mm-hmm. Well, we also have the totals coming in so far for Engliston. The FNM's Quinton Percenti with 21 votes. Glenys Hannah Martin from the PLP, 98 votes. Shivago Black of the DNA, 1 vote. Faith Percenti, the COI candidate, with 7 votes. Matthew Smith from the BCP, 1 vote. And Christian Hebron of the GCP, 0 votes. That's the Engliston constituency.
There are also some more totals coming out of Long Island. Adrian Gibson from the Free National Movement, 402 votes. Terrell Young of the PLP, 281 votes. Shaquille Adderley, Independent, 3 votes. And Sidney Carroll, UCM, 8 votes. Now, we also have St. Anne's, don't we?
St. Anne's, at this point, Chris Saunders from the PLP, 312 votes. Adrian White, his FNM opponent, with 669 votes. Louisa Jorin from the DNA, 18 votes. Otis Forbes from the FTMM, 7 votes. Shanice Miller from the COI with 40. Shanice Miller, or we'll just leave it at Louisa Ann Jorin with 18 votes with from the DNA. And that's from the St. Anne's constituency.
4 out of 15 polling divisions.
And that's
so
right,
far.
Julian.
Right. We also, so what do you think about where we are now? We've just had a number of totals coming in and then some breakdowns. Yes. What are your thoughts so far, Sir Fernt Roll and also Devard Francis?
Safant Roll. My mother would be so upset if I didn't correct you. Safant Roll.
I apologize.
But we're watching. We're seeing these results. It is interesting, to say the least. And so we are watching, and I'm hoping, obviously, that the Free National Movement indeed continues to do well.
Any comments on this side, Devard Francis?
Well, you know, at 11:59, we'll be at the end of the night. And at 12 o'clock, Julian, it'll be a new day. And so that'll be what I have to say so far.
So, Fernt Roll, you spoke earlier about, in terms of swing voters, in terms of platforms. Let's look at those platforms. For instance, the FNM, it has promised, if re-elected, to expand testing with regard to COVID-19, expand testing, set up a coordinating group to oversee the acquisition of therapies and treatments of people suffering from COVID-19, pass and, well, actually replace the emergency orders with another legislation. On that same note, let's look at the PLP. Their COVID-19 action plan includes ending the travel visa, support for COVID-19 positive patients who need to isolate, legislation to replace emergency orders, expand testing and tracing. If we were to look at just COVID-19 alone and not the economy, and COVID-19 being the biggest issue because everything hinges on it, what is the difference between the FNM and the PLP? Well, what would you say to those people who said, I'm not inclined to vote because I see no fundamental difference between what the FNM and the PLP is offering me, and there is truth behind the talk? There are two sides to the same coin.
Well, what I would say is that my colleague mentioned about a new day. And if we were to continue even with the slogans, I'm happy that the Free National Movement went, it's about your future. When you look at the two different platforms and the issue of COVID, and it is not just simply an issue where we want to say it's a new day. We want to really think about people's future. We know it's going to be a new day tomorrow. We know that. But it's about our future, and that's what this platform is designed to do, and it adopts real issues, real concerns deserve real responses. And you see a framework in this manifesto where it continues the good work done by the Minister administration to protect us and to save lives, and to also give confidence, not just to the Bahamian people, but to all of those who visit and invest in our country. And so people want to see real structured plans. And it has been difficult to produce real and structured plans in the middle of the pandemic, yes. But when you look at the track record of this government in a snap pandemic, and you look at what they intend to do, what this government intends to do post this election, we see structure and we see a future to save lives, and not just rhetoric, not just slogans, and not just symbols.
We have some more results for you coming up right now. Although you have Nassau Village on your screen, we have some out of Cat Island. Felicia Knowles, these are, if you take a look at your screen right now, 3 out of 11 polling divisions. Angelina Cooper, the Coalition of Independents, has 3 votes so far. Felicia Knowles of the Free National Movement, 75 votes. Progressive Liberal Party leader Philip Davis has 151 votes. That's out of 3 polling divisions out of 11 so far. We also have some results out of Fox Hill that we have not actually released yet. John Pinder of the FNM, 47 votes. Fred Mitchell of the PLP, 98 votes. Yvette Prince of the Coalition of Independents, 11 votes. Ricardo Forbes of the DNA, 6 votes. Karen Saint-Cyr of the UCM, 0 votes. And Michelle Wildgoose of the GCP, 1 vote. And before we leave these other totals, out of Freetown right now, Dionisio de Aguilar of the Free National Movement, 46 votes. Wayne Monroe of the PLP, 154 votes. Patrice Hannah Carey of the C of I, 17 votes. Shamika Nakira Dean of the GCP, 0 votes. And Shaman Tanika Lindsay of the UCM, 1 vote.
We also have totals coming in from St. Anne's at this point, Julian. Chris Saunders from the PLP with 372 votes. Adrian White from the FNM with 785 votes. Louisa Jorin from the DNA, 21 votes. Otis Forbes from the FTMM, 7 votes. Shanice Miller from the COI, 57 votes.
Now, St. Anne's, of course, a very stronghold seat for the FNM, and no surprise there for you, Sir Fantrol, is there?
Well, it's not a surprise. I am very humbled because the St. Anne's electorate, the constituents, have put so much confidence in the Free National Movement and have supported the agenda of the Free National Movement. And so we do not take them for granted at all.
Mm-hmm. We apparently have 1 polling division in South Beach coming up on your screens right now. Jermaine Higgs of the DNA, 3 votes. Bacchus Roll of the PLP, 94 votes. Jeffrey Lloyd of the FNM, 60 votes. Simon Smith of GCP, 0 votes. Micklin Seymour, the RGM, 1 vote. Devin Emmanuel of the Coalition of Independents, 22 votes. And Anastasia Bethel of the UCM, 3 votes. That's after the first of 12 polling divisions. So 11 more to go in South Beach.
Safant Roll, you noted that you tout the good work the FNM has done. The FNM came into office. Soon after coming to office, it had Hurricane Irma, it had Hurricane Dorian, then it has a COVID-19 pandemic that the world is still going through. Would you say that it's a fair assessment? Is it a fair assessment? Well, actually, I should ask Devon, is it a fair assessment
Yes.
that the FNM government, this administration, has had it harder than any government?
No, I wouldn't say so. I believe that they have had their challenges. I believe that they've had some mountains to climb. The first point to that, though, Makushla, is that their first 2 years before Dorian wasn't so stellar. The best thing that I felt that the Free National Movement has done, was rather they made us turn left at the red light, and that's as far as their accomplishments go with me. But you look at Oban, an abysmal failure. You look at what they have done with the tariffs and taxes when they first came in by putting exemptions on airplanes and helicopters and caviar. And so it was definitely a certain set of persons within a socio-economic strata that they have intended to impact. And surely it was not the middle class or lower Bahamians that they had seek to impact. Hence, we are seeing today what the Bahamian people will talk, and they will talk this evening. And from what I can see, they're speaking very resoundingly and with a vociferous voice of how they feel about the FNM. And before you go there, Julian, my last point, to speak on their COVID plan, and when we're talking about the track record that they had, out of 179 countries, the Bahamas was 178 with COVID, and the way that we dealt with COVID. So, you know, that whole rhetoric, oh, it's so good that we have a doctor in the house. I mean, he was atrocious. And so I didn't interrupt you if you let me finish. Thank you. So what I'm saying is that the Bahamian people will speak, and saying that they would speak, we'll wait for the numbers to come in, and we'll let them talk as the numbers begin to roll in.
Makushla, obviously I disagree with my colleague here, and he took offense to some of the things I may have said. I take offense to the term atrocious. The Prime Minister, Dr. Hewitt Minnis, has not had an atrocious day in government. And so he's given his all.
He had 20 atrocious days. And
there have been challenges. And each day is not going to be perfect. There's no day that's perfect. But to say atrocious is really, I'm confused by that. But when we talk about what this government has done, the Small Business Development Center, we talk about education from the preschool level to the primary, secondary, and tertiary level, free. And when we talk about the digitalization of so many aspects of the government services, those are some of the things that from every level, every economic level, every social strata in this country, they benefit from it. And so to say that there's been an atrocious moment is totally unsettling.
Well, we have some more results. For those watching us on television, you can see Centerville. But for those who are listening via radio, these are the results from Centerville after the first of 12 polling divisions. Courtney Coulibaly, 35 votes. He is from the FNM, Courtney Coulibaly. Reese Chipman, an independent, 5 votes. Jomo Campbell, PLP, 124 votes. And the screen, if we can put the figures up on the larger screen for me, please. We have also Percenti from the GCP, 11, and from the DNA, Sawyer, 8, And of the C of I candidate with 9 votes out of Centerville. We're going to go to Cat Island now. I believe that it will be up on your screen in a moment. But we've got, again, Angelino Cooper. This is Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador. After 4 of 11 polling divisions, Angelino Cooper of the COI, 5 votes. Felicia Knowles of the FNM, 97 votes. Philip Davis of the PLP, 190 votes. So after 4 votes in the Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, that is what the position is right now. 7 more to come from that constituency.
Mr. Francis, you speak of, well, the PLP promises to, we'll stick a pin there. There are 9 of 15 votes in polling divisions in from the St. Anne's constituency. Louisa Joran, 28 votes, and she's from the DNA. Christopher Saunders from the PLP, 574 votes. Otis Forbes from the FTMMP, 10 votes. And the FNM's Adrian Wright with 1,061 votes. Again, that's 9 out of 15 polling divisions in St. Anne's. Quite a disparity there, gentlemen, between the two the two giant parties, the PLP and the FNM. What do you say about that?
Those 38 points won't make a difference either way.
No. Sorry.
We're talking about St. Anne's. And as I said, you know, that it is a traditional FNM base. We do not take them for granted. They have high expectations of the Free National Movement and for their representative. And I expect, as the night goes on, that Adrian White will be confirmed or called. It will be called for him. And I know that he will do well.
Well, we should go to Mount Moriah right now. We've got the results of 2 polling divisions, 2 out of 12 for Mount Moriah. Jacqueline McKenzie of the COI, 31. Marvin Dames of the FNM, 285 votes. Mikhail Bonnaby of the PLP, 295 votes. Dr. Carneal Farquharson of the DNA, 24 votes. Stephen Surratt of the CPM, 1 vote. And Samuel Strawn, an independent, 0 votes. To Southern Shores now, the first of 12 polling divisions. Frankie Campbell of the FNM, 4 votes. Shakantala Johnson of the KGM, 1 vote. Livingston Tynes Jr., an independent, 3 votes. Leroy Major of the PLP, 73 votes. Whitney Marsh of the RGM, 1 vote. And Ron Rogers of the COI, 8 votes. So that's Southern Shores, the first of 12 polling divisions.
I'm sorry, we're also going to recap Nassau Village for you at this point, where Jason Gibson from the COI has secured 17 votes in polling division number 2. Zerlene Ferguson of the DNA, 1 vote. Nicole Martin of the FNM, 63 votes. Jamal Strawn of the PLP, 129 votes. Mario Woodside, an independent, 2 votes. And Halston Moultrie, another independent, 0 votes.
Okay, now we're going to go to Elizabeth, where we have 1 polling division coming up right now. And that is the first of 13 polling divisions. Craig Bow, independent, 7 votes. Bernard Roll, UCM, 0 votes. Hillary DeVoe, DNA, 1 vote. JoBeth Colby Davis, PLP, 62 votes. Cara Ellis, COI, 10 votes. Rosanna Moore, GCP, 0 votes. And Dr. Dwayne Sands of the FNM, 59 votes. That's 1 polling division out of 13 so far. We also have Carmichael for you right now, the first of 14 polling divisions. Orinthia Komolafe, DNA, 10 votes. T. Desmond Bannister, the FNM, 137 votes. Keith Bell, the PLP, 121 votes. O'Brien Knowles, Independent, 0 votes. Samuel Johnson, KGM, 0 votes. Charlotte Green, COI, 11 votes. And Glenn Roll of the GCP, 0 votes. That's the first of 14 polling divisions in Carmichael. Fox Hill coming on our screens now. There are 2 polling divisions that have completed reporting so far, 2 of 12. Yvette Prince, the COI, 30 votes. Ricardo Forbes, the DNA, 11 votes. Karen Sassier, the UCM, 2 votes. Michelle Wild-Goose, the GCP, 2 votes. Fred Mitchell, the PLP, 294 votes. And John Pinder, the FNM, 103 votes. That is after 2 of 12 polling divisions in Fox Hill.
Julian, if I may, I'm seeing here, we spoke earlier about this low voter turnout.
Right.
And from the numbers that we are seeing from the various constituencies, even in some of the family islands, this is playing a real factor. I'm sure my colleague would agree. It is playing a real factor. And so it's getting very interesting to watch how this actually plays out. You mentioned Southern Shores there. I was very surprised at that result. You mentioned even in Fox Hill, people, my learned colleague may say that that's a PLP seat. It's not. It's gone to the FNM. But even though that number there, I'm looking at that. And so I'm noticing now that this low voter turnout, as we preliminarily called it, is playing a factor in some key areas.
We now have totals in from polling Yamacraw, the first polling division of 13 polling divisions in the Yamacraw constituency, where Zane Lightbourne has secured 142 votes. Zane Lightbourne from the PLP. Arnold Simmons, 0 votes from the FTMMP. Ellsworth Johnson, the incumbent there, 103 votes. Lisa Paul with 8 votes from the GCP. Charlene Paul of the UCM, 8 votes. And Chad Rutherford of the COI, 13 votes.
St. Barnabas on our screens now. Well, it was just a moment ago. After 5 of 11 polling divisions, Michael Halkias, the PLP, 472 votes. Michael Butler, BWFM, 7 votes. Teddy Russell, the DNA, 5 votes. Karen Butler, Independent, 7 votes. Shannon Dawn Cartwright, the FNM, 502 votes. Kermit Agaro, COI, 46 votes. And Alexander Kemp of the KGM, 7 votes. That is after 5 of 11 polling divisions so far in St. Barnabas. And Shannon Dawn Cartwright, the incumbent, in the lead at this point. Your thoughts on that right now?
Well, I am still waiting for final results. I still think Mr. Michael Halkias is a powerhouse. He's what we would call, in our colloquial terms, a beast on the ground. He has the benefit of having experience of campaigning, as he was the former MP of Golden Isles. And so I'd wait for the results to come in. I see that we
now have West Grand Bahama and Bimini in 6 of 14 polling divisions, the 6 of 14 polling divisions. We have Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe from the FNM there with 476 votes. We have O'Brien Roll of the RGM with 6 votes. Stephen Hall of the COI with 77 votes, Wesley Pete with 0 votes, Daquan Swain with 25 votes. He's an independent candidate in that constituency. Zendel Cooper of the KGM, Randall Cooper rather, of the KGM with 3 votes. We also have Mott of the DNA's Mott with 12 votes. Hiram Roll, I'm sorry, from the UCM with 6 votes, and Obadiah Wilshcombe of the PLP with 704 votes. We also have Nassau Village in at this point, Mario Woodside of an independent candidate in that constituency with 5 votes, and this is 4 of 14 polling divisions in this constituency. Alston Moultrie, the independent there with 22 votes. Zerlene Ferguson of the DNA with 18 votes. Jamal Strawn of the PLP with 562 votes. Nicole Martin, 264 votes. Jason Gibson of the COI with 98 votes. An interesting set of results there, Mr. Rowe. You have a former FNM candidate there and your new FNM candidate there. Do you think that Mr. Moultrie may have hurt your chances at the FNM's chances of actually holding on to that seat?
Certainly not by the amount of votes that he just received. That's not the issue. So perhaps Mr. Moultrie, the intervention or misinterventions with Mr. Moultrie may have contributed. That is something certainly that I am sure in each polling division, because we don't have the official result yet or the total result, I'm sure that we will analyze that. But so in terms of votes, I think it was 22 votes just now. So
yeah, really no impact there.
In terms of the disparity between the FNM and PLP, though, Mr. Moultrie only pulled in 22 votes, but there's a disparity between FNM and PLP votes.
Great. If we can, just for a minute, because we have some more votes in, some more polling divisions in from Marathon. After 4 of 13 polling divisions in Marathon, incumbent Romuald Ferreira of the FNM, 298 votes. Stella Thompson of the GCP, 4 votes. Brian McCarty of the BCP, of the BCP, 2 votes. Lisa Roming of the PLP, 450 votes. Zacchaeus Glass of the DNA, 7 votes. Raquel Horton of the Independents, 1 vote. And Shantiqua Claire, COI, 63 votes. That is after 4 of 13 polling divisions. In Mical, first time we're hearing from Mical for the night. Their first polling division, Philan of the COI, 0 votes. Miriam Emanuel, the incumbent of the FNM, 16 votes. Pearl Pratt of the GCP, 0 votes. And Basil McIntosh of the PLP, 56 votes. And that's, like you said, the first of 12 polling divisions in the Mical constituency. You have any new ones as for us, Makushla, as well?
No new ones just in yet, Julian, but Bahamians, a concern of them are taxes. Mr. Rowe, you spoke of taxes. The PLP said if elected, well, we'll go to South Beach first, and we'll stick a pin there. At this point, we have 2 of 12 polling divisions in from South Beach. At DNA, Jermaine Higgs with 13 votes, Anastasia Bethel from the UCM with 5 votes, 178 votes from Bacchus Roll of the PLP, Devon Emmanuel from the COI with 31 votes, Jeffrey Lloyd, the incumbent there, with 116 votes, Mickelin Seymour of the RGM with 1 vote, and Simon Smith of the GCP with 0 votes. Now, we are just dealing with polling divisions at this point. No totals are in this at this point just yet. Did you expect the incumbents to perform as they are?
Certainly I did. I did expect the incumbents to perform, well, the FNM incumbents, to perform much better than I'm seeing. And so that's disappointing. And some may say it's too early, some others may say it's not. But what I see here is, again, when we look at the voter turnout, now it's pointing into the direction of who got out the vote, whether it's their base or whether the undecideds, but who got out the vote, who got people to the polls. And then that's a question you have to ask anytime there's a low voter turnout. Did your people get to the polls? And so I'm continuing to watch with you, but it is a concern.
We've got some more results coming out of St. Barnabas. After 7 of 11 polling divisions, Michael Halkitis, the PLP, 649 votes. Michael Butler of the BWFM, 7 votes. Teddy Russell, the DNA, 5 votes. Karen Butler, Independent, 7 votes. Shannon Dunn Cartwright, FNM, 759 votes. Kermit Agaro of the COI, 71 votes. And Alexander Kemp of the KGM, 8 votes. So that's after 7 of 11 polling divisions, just 4 to go in St. Barnabas. And a 90-point margin lead by Shannon and Cartwright over Michael Halkitis so far. Your thoughts about that, gentlemen?
Like I said, I was waiting until the ending of the total figure, but I see that Shannon Dorr is up. He was definitely one of the more popular member of parliament for the FNM, and so we will wait to see what the night brings.
Definitely want to continue to watch.
Yes.
Central Grand Bahama is in 4 out of 14 polling divisions, where Rollington Cooper from the KGM has secured 13 votes, Troy Garvey from the UCM 12 votes, Latanya Strawn from the COI 112 votes, Iram Lewis, the FNM, 503 votes, and Kirkland Russell 453 votes. Gentlemen, Grand Bahama's always been, well, predominantly, I think always.
And before you go there, we've got Marco City in now. The first of 15 polling divisions from Marco City. Albert Clare, Independent, 0 votes. Dexter Edwards, Independent, 2 votes. Stephen Forbes, DNA, 0 votes. Kevin Ferguson, Independent, 4 votes. Demetrius Simonet, the KGM, 2 votes. Crystal Smith, COI, 15 votes. Michael Pintard, FNM, 96 votes. And Kurt Hollingsworth of the PLP, 37 votes. That's after the first of 15 polling divisions.
It seems that Grand Bahama is at this point coming in strong for the FNM, although what we just saw was just the first polling division in that constituency. We now have East Grand Bahama, the 12th of 16 polling divisions, where Albertha Cooper of the COI has 184 votes, Kevin King from the KGM, 57 votes, Charlene Jones from the BCP, 20 votes, James Roll Turner from the PLP, 894 votes, and Kwesi Thompson, 1,105 votes for the FNM.
Kwesi Thompson, a very good candidate, a very good minister.
Established man, known to the people, working with the people.
And
well, East Grand Bahama itself has always been an FNM stronghold. That is the former constituency of the former Deputy Prime Minister, Mr. Peter Turnquest. And so Kwesi Thompson has always been also a formidable candidate, but I'll wait until the 16 out of 16 polling divisions are
But
coming.
it is also a place in Grand Bahama that was most affected by Hurricane Dorian.
Exactly.
So what do you think this says to the response of, in particular, well, the FNM and, of course, Kwesi Thompson in the aftermath of Hurricane Dorian there?
It's so difficult not to, you don't want to politicize any natural disaster. on these issues, but it's inevitable. Because it's about management and leadership. And so I believe that there will be a discussion, whatever the outcome is, about Dorian, as there will be about COVID. And so I think that those in the Abacos and those in Grand Bahama, that will be at the forefront. The disaster, the recovery, the economic outlook, I think that played heavily, or plays heavily on residents and constituents' minds.
The Prime Minister, he admits that there's more work to be done in Grand Bahama. Do you think, either one of you, that more should have been done?
Definitely. Definitely. There was come on, Mukashla, we look at the little igloos. Let's take, for example, the little white igloos that they gave for house. In a year, there should have been at least one constructed house by the government. And there's not one house that we can speak of now that has been constructed by the government for the people.
I'll let you respond to that before we go to Michael again, please, Sir Fantarole.
Well, I hear what he says, what Mr. Francis says. And one of the things that I look at is the disastrous handling of the Hurricane Matthew aftermath in that same island. And I compare that to the efforts that this government has made with Dorian and the aftermath. And we Grand Bahamians themselves will tell you how they feel about the management or the mismanagement of the aftermath of Hurricane Matthew. And so you contrast that, and I think that you will see some of the decision-making from the events that they remember. I was thinking you will see that in the votes.
Okay. We just had on the screen from Michael after 6 of 12 polling divisions. So we're halfway through in Michael. Wow. Philan Bow, COI, 6 votes. Miriam Emanuel, the FNM, 116 votes. Pearl Pratt, the GCP, 0 votes. And Basil McIntosh, the PLP, 265 votes. That's after, well, let's go back to East Grand Bahama now, where we have, after 13 of 16 polling divisions, so just 3 more to go after this, and Albertha Cooper of the COI, 203 votes. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 24 votes. Kevin King of the KGM, 62 votes. And James Rule Turner of the PLP, 996 votes, while the incumbent, Kwesi Thompson of the FNM, bringing in 1,208 votes. That's after 13 of 16 polling divisions, so just 3 more to go in East Grand Bahama. So do you think it's safe to say right now that East Grand Bahama will stay in the FNM column? Mr. Roll?
I think it's safe to say that. I think it's very safe to say that because of what the FNM has done in Grand Bahama and continues to do. And what Kwesi Thompson, as a Grand Bahamian, has done and stood up for Grand Bahamians, I see that seat staying in the FNM column. And he's going to continue a great legacy that has been started by one Peter Turnquest.
Hey, good.
We speak of Grand Bahama, and we speak of the series of hurricanes we've had as a country. The Bahamas lies within the hurricane belt. Mm-hmm. What strategy does any major party have to tackle that issue?
Well, I can tell you just a little bit from what I have seen that the Free National Movement has done. And one of those things that it has done is establish a disaster recovery authority and a ministry to prepare us. We know we're in the hurricane belt. This should have happened a long time ago. But it is the Minnis administration who said, you know what, let's lay down some concrete here and build something, because the hurricanes are not going to go away. Yes, the frequency and the intensity is up and down, but we know the challenges that we will have because of where we are geographically. And so the establishment of a ministry to prepare is such an important thing, and it's such a thing that I believe in years to come people will appreciate, so that those igloos, as you call them, those igloos, those temporary home structures and other things like that. We can make assessments, and we can become leaders in the world when it comes to disaster recovery, because we have a ministry that is centered around studying and preparing for such disasters.
Well, we've always had a disaster recovery, and it's called NEMA. And so they have always been around, and they are still around. But beyond that, I believe the focus needs to be now, especially with hurricanes, the magnitudes of a Hurricane Dorian. I think the focus needs to be on mandatory evacuation and legislation to manifest that, because I believe that we could have, you know, there were too many deaths, there were too many horror stories about Hurricane Dorian, and I believe now that we need legislation to target mandatory evacuation when hurricanes are in our trajectory to hit us.
We should all be on the same page when it comes to this. I don't believe in politicizing anything that affects our residents and our people. And so we know the disaster, we know the pain that happened and occurred to all of us as a result of the natural disasters. And so this is a good step. Yes, we acknowledge NEMA and the hardworking team of NEMA, but this is an added layer to disaster recovery and preparedness that I believe that we will all benefit from. So I will not politicize the issue, and I will agree with my colleague that they're both. All of the things that established are good.
We have some more results out of Southern Shores, but let's go to Engliston, which is on the screens first. Kristen Hepburn of the GCP, 1 vote. Faith Percenti of the COI, 31 votes. Quinton Percenti of the FNM, 92 votes. Matthew Smith of the BCP, 4 votes. Javargo Black of the DNA, 4 votes. Glenys Hannah Martin of the PLP, 494 votes. That is after 4 of 11 polling divisions in Engliston. Now,
let's talk a bit about taxes, and that's always an issue for Bahamians. The PLP has promised to reduce value-added tax to 10% for the first 12 months. Let's go into how this is possible based on the constraints we have, the fiscal constraints we have.
Yes.
The Bahamas is not expected to rebound now for a longer period. I think it's 2024, 2025. So how can we make this happen if the PLP were elected? Are there going to be exemptions removed?
Well, I believe in our blueprint, it made it luminously clear that we ought to decrease by 2% the actual VAT, which will take it to 10%. That was one of our first points and one of our charter points. But beyond that, there are more, we are looking at more steps towards there being more fiscal prudence with persons bringing more monies in by widening. There's a plethora of ideas that we are going to initiate. And I will tell you this one thing. The incoming Prime Minister within the next hour, Mr. Philip Brave Davis, he is a man of his word. If he says it, it will happen. No, unlike, and I'm not going to call any names, we still don't have any fixed election dates yet, as promised in 2017. We still do not have the same tax structure, but I will assure you that with Mr. Philip Brave Davis, he will implement the deduction of the actual value-added tax.
Please respond to that.
One of the things about it, you see, the proof is in the pudding, and you have to look at the details. I don't want to say that the devil is in the details, but I just did. The devil is in the details. When you say you're going to reduce VAT or whatever you say you're going to reduce, watch for what else you're prepared to increase, okay? And so this is an old political ploy or trick of the PLP, really. When you reduce this, you increase in other places. And the same people who you want to say that you've reduced for, you then try and shake them down or whatever it is, or tax them on a different level. And so you have to really pay attention to what they can do and if they can really do it. If they can really do it, then you have to pay attention. How are you going to do what you say you're going to do?
We have more results coming in from Southern Shores. After 4 of 12 polling divisions, Frankie Campbell of the FNM, 144 votes. Leroy Major of the PLP, 308 votes. Whitney Marsh, the RGM, 1 vote. Shakantala Johnson of the KGM, 6 votes. Livingston Tynes Jr., an independent, 15 votes. And Ron Rogers of the COI, 58 votes. That is a third of the way through after 4 of 12 polling divisions. Now to South Beach, where 3 polling divisions have been completed so far, 3 of 12. Jermaine Higgs, the DNA, 20 votes. Anastasia Bethel, of the UCM, 6 votes. Devon Emmanuel of the COI, 46 votes. Bacchus Roll of the PLP, 292 votes. Jeffrey Lloyd of the FNM, 190 votes. Micklin Seymour of the RGM, 2 votes. And Simon Smith of the GCP, 0 votes.
Julian, we also have a recap for our viewers and listeners of West Grand Bahama and Bimini. In polling station number 2, Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe from the FNM, 37 votes. Obadiah Wilshcombe of the PLP, 102 votes. Daquan Swain, an independent, 7 votes. Randall Cooper from the KGM, 0 votes. Wesley Pete from the BWFM, 0 votes. Hiram Roll from the UCM, 0 votes. And O'Brien W. Roll from the RGM, 0 votes.
Now, before you go on, we have some new sort of numbers out of Yamacraw. After 3 of 13 polling divisions, Zane Lightburn of the PLP, 322 votes. Arnold Simmons of the FTMMP, 0 votes. Lisa Williams of the GCP, 2 votes. And Ellsworth Johnson of the FNM, 235 votes. Charlene Paul of the UCM, 19 votes. And Chad Rutherford of the COI, 34 votes. Michael, after 10 of 12 polling divisions. Philan Bow, 15 votes. Basil McIntosh of the PLP, 572 votes. Pearl Pratt of the GCP, 3 votes. Miriam Emanuel of the FNM, 416 votes. So 2 more polling divisions to report in before that polling division before Michael has finished its votes. I think we have some more in-depth polling division reporting. Makushla?
We also have in from, here
Julian,
we
I
are
believe
from...
Sorry, before Makushla calls, but I believe you can call Michael. There's never, historically, there's never been that disparity, if you remember, between Alfred Gray and John.
It's always been very close, yes.
Very close. They've always been very close. There's never been on beyond 30 to 40 votes. So I believe that you can safely call Michael in the PLP column.
Well, we'll now go to, I think we're going to Mount Moriah, where Jacqueline McKenzie of the COI has 56 votes. Carneal Farquharson of the DNA, 34 votes. Marvin Dames of the FNM, 422 votes. Stephen Surratt from the CPM, 1 vote. Mikhail Barnaby, 499 votes for the PLP. And Samuel Strawn, 3 votes as an independent in that race, and that's 4 of 12 polling divisions there.
Now, I see my colleague said you can call Michael, and you know, I didn't get to follow the polling divisions, but I know it's often very close.
11 out of 12.
In my cal. It's 11 out of 12 polling divisions.
It was up by 100.
There are 2 more to go. It's 10 of 12.
10 of 12.
Okay.
Up by 100.
But it's normally it's very close. I'm not saying that he is wrong. Obviously, somebody is going to win.
Well, that's why they had to go to election court a couple of times, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
exactly.
But,
God rest John Lee Ferguson Soul, who was there.
We have some more coming in from Marathon. After 5 polling divisions, Romuald Ferreira, the FNM, 358 votes. Stella Thompson, the GCP, 5 votes. Brian McCarty, the BCP, 3 votes. Lisa Roming, the PLP, 585 votes. Zacchaeus Glass of the DNA, 8 votes. Raquel Horton, an independent, 4 votes. Shantiqua Claire of the COI, 86 votes. That's after 5 of 13 polling divisions in Marathon. Still quite a ways to go there, though.
Yes.
We also have a recap of St. Barnabas at this point, where Kermit Garrow of the COI with 5 votes in polling station number 1. Well, we'll now go to Fort Charlotte, where Jamaico Archer has 223 votes for the FNM. Alfred Sears, 500 votes for the PLP. Fontella Chipman Roll, 18 votes for the Independent. Nelda Fox, 6 votes for the UCM. Angela Cox, 3 votes for the Independent. As an Independent, Daphne Johnson, 36 votes for the COI, and Percival Roberts, an Independent, 6 votes. What's interesting here is that Fontella Chipman, actually, she noted that if she doesn't get, I think it's 50% of the votes, people can ask for her resignation, and she'd retire. So I've never seen a candidate request make such a request.
Resignation from what?
Well, if she does not perform, I'm sorry, if she does not perform as an MP, it's just interesting to note that a candidate has made such a request to its constituents.
Let's go to Bain in Grantstown. I understand the name may have been changed, but it's Bain in Grantstown as I know it. After 4 of 10 polling divisions. Travis Robinson, the incumbent, 148 votes from the FNM. Donna Dorset Major of the COI, 42 votes. The DNA's Keno Lockhart, polling 12 votes so far. Brenda Harris Pinder of the UCM, 9 votes. Michelle Malcolm of the GCP, 12 votes. And Wade Watson of the PLP, 484 votes. That is after 4 of 10 polling divisions, so they're almost halfway through the count there in Bain and Grantstown.
Freetown, you have Denisio Diagler with 164 votes for the FNM, Wayne Monroe with 207 votes for the PLP, Shamika Dean from the GCP with 2 votes, Patrice Hannah Carey, 31 votes for the COI, and Shameen Lindsay, 2 votes for the UCM. That's Freetown, 2 of 12 polling divisions there.
Okay, coming up now, Centerville should be on your screens if you're watching us very soon, we will report them to you so you can hear us, those of you via radio.
Julian.
Centerville, well, as we wait for Centerville,
yeah,
I think
Julian, I believe that...
here's Centerville right now,
yes.
after 2 polling divisions. 2 of 12 this is. Courtney Koulibaly of the FNM, 87 votes. Ambrose Nixon of the COI, 23 votes. Frederick Sawyer of the DNA, 14 votes. Reese Chipman, who actually held the seat under the FNM, now an independent, 6 votes. Jomo Campbell of the PLP, 277 votes. Ari Persenti of the GCP, 13 votes. 10 more polling divisions to come in there before the final votes are in.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to take a break right now on your decision. You Decide 2021. Stay with us. We'll have more for you on the other side of this break.
Hey guys, it's Shay here and welcome to our first installment of Alive's Community Corner. Not only is Alive a digital service provider, and beyond those great deals and services that we provide you, Alive is committed to the community. So here's a look at what we did for Mother's and Father's Day. This episode, and we look forward to sharing with you so many more of our community moments. So why Alive? Because you deserve it.
Shell Unleaded improves your fuel economy, giving increased miles per gallon, allowing you to do more of what you really want. Special additives used in Shell Unleaded improve your engine's efficiency. So go further with Shell Unleaded. Venture out to beaches, Junkanoo, and festivals and bring home memories that will last a lifetime. Shell, fueling journeys that matter.
The smartest shoppers are shopping in Nassau. Variety disposable products versus the other guys. $120.40 versus $150. Variety disposable products, 25% savings. Bingo, save $3. Padilla, save $2. Bounty hand towel, $1. And that's how the smartest shoppers saved over $30 on this cart at Variety Disposable.
Across the Bahamas, we're more connected than ever before as we upgrade and expand our network, elevating your connection with BTC Superfast Fiber Internet. More people can access the best high-speed internet on our upgraded all-fiber optic network, providing you with a better experience working remotely, learning virtually, accessing more from home, and connecting with more opportunities. Visit our website or any store to upgrade to our Superfast Fiber Internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Today is a day for fun. Today is a day for family. So why should yesterday's worries affect my today? That's why I insure my family with J.S. Johnson, because their mission is to provide us with the best insurance coverage possible. With J.S. Johnson, I know my family comes first, so I take comfort in knowing that they always have us covered, providing us with a great today and an even better tomorrow.
J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
wanna save money on your tile supplies, who you gonna call? The Tile King. When you tile your house and you wanna look good, who you gonna call? The Tile King.
Visit the new Tile King showroom, which is internationally recognized as the finest tile showroom in the Caribbean, located in the Builders Mall on Wolf Road.
The Tile King. Who you gonna call? The Tile King.
Tiles on everything.
Hi, my name is Patrick Ward, and I want to talk to you about financial resiliency.
Financial resilience is the ability to withstand and recover from temporary financial hardship and disruptions.
I'm in the insurance business here in the Bahamas and in Cayman. And in our business, we've really seen the benefit of being able to plan and be disciplined about that process. And it has helped our business, both in regards to what happened during Dorian and more recently as a result of the pandemic and the impact it has had both in Cayman and the Bahamas. So my first tip to you about financial resilience is to make sure that you have a plan. Make sure that you're disciplined about putting that plan in place. You're not going to be able to account for every considerable variable that takes place, but having a strong plan in place gives you an advantage and helps you to prepare for the unseen and the things that are outside of your control. And that leads me to my tip number 2. I'd encourage you to seek out the advice of a professional in the insurance field. Insurance can be helpful, both in terms of protecting the assets that you currently own from loss or damage. And secondly, insurance can be used to facilitate wealth transfer from one generation to the next. But planning can actually help us to weather through those events, and particularly if we're disciplined about following through on the things that we want to see happen in the future. This, assisted by proper insurance planning, can actually propel you to a place that gives you a lot more certainty about the current environment and certainty about the future outcomes.
This message was brought to you by the Securities Commission of the Bahamas.
Welcome back to You Decide 2021, the night of election here in the Bahamas, and we now have results in from the Carmichael constituency. Well, we first go to West End, Grand Bahama, and Bimini, where Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, the incumbent, has 705 votes. O'Brien Roll from the RGM, 10 votes. You have Stephen Hall, 109 votes for the COI. You have Randall Cooper from the KGM with 4 votes. Wesley Pete with 0 votes from the BWFM. Daquan Swain, an independent in the race with 31 votes. Mario Mott for the DNA with 16 votes. Iram Roll, 10 votes for the UCM. And for the PLP, Obi Roshcombe with 936 votes. That's 8 out of 14 polling divisions that are in at this point. We now go to the Carmichael constituency, where the DNA's leader, Arinthia Komalafe, has secured 16 votes. T. Desmond Bannister, the FNM's incumbent in that area, 190 votes. Keith Bell for the PLP, 183 votes. O'Brien Knowles, an independent, 0 votes. Glenn Roll from the GCP, 1 vote there. Charlotte Green from the COI with 25 votes. And Samuel Johnston from the KGM with 0 votes. And that's the results of 2 of 14 polling divisions in Carmichael.
Well, we also have out of Golden Gates, the first of 13 polling divisions, Charmaine Adderley of the COI, 9 votes. Antonio Miller of the GCP, 2 votes. Lamont Nixon of the DNA, 5 votes. Anthony Roming, an independent, 0 votes. Another independent, Sidney Sands, 3 votes. Ural Usher, another independent, 0 votes. Michael Folks, the incumbent from the FNM, 44 votes. Pia Glover-Roll of the PLP, 61 votes. Now, that's just the first polling division in Golden Gates. Now to Freetown, where there have been 3 polling divisions that have reported in. Dionisio de Aguila of the FNM, 238 votes. Wayne Monroe of the PLP, 306 votes. Patrice Hannah Carey of the COI, 55 votes. Shamika Dean of the GCP, 3 votes. And Charmaine Lindsay of the UCM, 4 votes. That's just a quarter way through the polling divisions, 3 of 12 so far. We are now going to have an update on Golden Gates coming up very soon. It should be on our screens in just a moment. But as we wait for those scores to come up, gentlemen, your thoughts?
Well, I am not very surprised at what is taking place now. There is a school of thought that the people speaks, and the voice of the people is the voice of God. I will predict, and only predict, that the PLP will be the next government. I can predict that that Philip Brave Davis will be a new Prime Minister, and Mr. I. Chester Cooper will indeed be your Deputy Prime Minister. And I believe it's basically it's a new day, but beyond it being a new day, I believe Mr. Roll and those, there were a few bright spots, and I will give...
Well, the election isn't over yet.
No, certainly not.
There's still quite a bit more that has to come in, and I guess that's why...
I said I predict.
That's why Mr. Roll is smiling.
I said I predict, and it's only my prediction, in my finite wisdom.
Well, his prediction is also fueled by what these returns that he's seeing. And that's understandable. However, it's not over yet. And so I believe that we will continue to see it. I see a trend. I'm not going to define that trend right now, but I see a trend. However, I do know that there are candidates out there for the Free National Movement who have given so much, who have been there fighting to ensure that the message gets across, that they engage with the voters. And this has been a difficult campaign for all of those. Independents, PLP, FNMs, it's been a difficult campaign because of the COVID environment.
Absolutely.
But you see many votes there for FNM candidates and many others that are not cast.
Well,
but
we're
they're
getting
FNM supporters.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're getting our first set of votes out of North Abaco. First of 12 polling divisions. Kathleen Knowles Seymour of the RGM, 1 vote. Bernardo Curry of the KGM, 1 vote. Kai Mills of the COI, 15 votes. Kirk Cornish of the PLP, 66 votes. And Darren Henfield of the FNM, 28 votes. That is the first of 12 polling divisions coming out of North Abaco. Now to Centerville, where we have 5 of 12 polling divisions. Courtney Koulibaly of the FNM, 192 votes. That's 192 votes. Ambrose Nixon of the COI, 57 votes. Frederick Sawyer of the DNA, 22 votes. Reese Chipman, an independent, 56 votes. Ari Persenti, a GCP candidate, 15 votes. And the PLP candidate, Jomo Campbell, 611 votes. That's after 5 of 12 polling divisions, so almost halfway through the polling divisions in the Centerville constituency.
And Julian, I don't know if you have a social media team that's following and doing some research, but I mean, some candidates are already saying certain things, giving certain indications on their Facebook pages.
I'm sure they're probably getting they're getting results quicker than we are.
And so it might even be something just to even look at their official pages and see what they're saying. I know that we're continuing with the results. But I think in this day and age, if someone has an official Facebook page, you know, they may have some information that we don't have.
Absolutely.
Mr. Rowe, you say the numbers coming in point to low voter turnout. Why is that? Do you think that the electorate is just fed up with both major parties or with voting period? What is it?
Well, across the board, there's a low voter turnout.
Right.
Even in, if you want to say, traditional basis, there's a low voter turnout for PLPs and for FNMs across the board. I think we can move past that particular point and agree on that. Now, no matter what the circumstances are, we talk about the different issues, economy, whatever it is, it still boils down to get out the vote and your base. And after you get your base, if we want to say 40-40 and whatnot, the percentage you gave earlier, after you get your base, you go for the rest. And you get your 50+1 and you win. And so go and get out the vote. That's what this boils down to.
Let's go back to Golden Gates right now, where 7 polling divisions are reporting in. Charmaine Adderley of the COI, 118 votes. Antonio Miller of the GCP, 11 votes. Anthony Roming, an independent, 6 votes. Sidney Sands, an independent, 18 votes. Uriel Usher, an independent, 1 vote. Lamont Nixon of the DNA, 45 votes. Michael Folks of the FNM, 457 votes. And Pierre Glover Roll of the PLP, 676 votes. That is after 7 of 13 polling divisions, so just over halfway through in Golden Gates.
Gentlemen, do you think that adding quarantine people to the voter pool, do you think that impacted the numbers that we are seeing?
Definitely. I believe that we had persons who were extremely cautious about their own health concerns. We had persons who may have had comorbidities that were not concerned about coming to vote because they were more concerned about their own health, and you know, who could blame them for it? And so I believe that that also played a role with the low vote turnout. But it is not the only reason. And so I would say that there is an assimilation of reasons why you know, we had low. But Julian, I see that you may want to call the next.
We actually have more from East Grand Bahama coming up right now. After 14 of 16 polling divisions, so this is almost over. Albertha Cooper, COI, 282 votes. Kevin King of the KGM, 76 votes. Charlene Jones of the BCP, 32 votes. James Roll Turner of the PLP, 1,270 votes. J. Kwesi Thompson of the FNM, 1,528 votes. That's after 14 of 16 polling divisions. Now to Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, where 7 of the 11 polling divisions have been completed. Angelino Cooper of the COI, 8 votes. Felicia Knowles of the FNM, 155 votes. Philip Davis of the PLP, 387 votes. That's after 7 of 11 polling divisions. In Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador.
Kusha, if I could just piggyback off of that answer that Francis made with regard to the quarantine allowance. I think COVID generally would have kept many persons away from the polls, and the fear of contracting COVID. There are many families that have been affected and continue to be affected. And so it is a huge concern. Even going to the food store is a huge concern, even if you don't consider the quarantine being involved. So I think in the days ahead, when we look at the numbers and we discuss with Bahamians, I think we'll have a clearer indication of how much of an impact it did have.
Gentlemen, I see 1/3, I think it's...
We've got some more results coming in, I think, from Abaco. Is it North Abaco? North Abaco, 4 of 12 polling divisions. Kathleen Knowles Seymour of the RGM, 3 votes. Renato Curry of the KGM, 4 votes. Kai Mills of the COI, 31 votes. Darren Henfield of the FNM, 392 votes. And Kirk Cornish of the PLP, 461 votes. That's after 4 of 12 polling divisions in North Abaco. I'm sorry, I believe you were about to say something before we went to the scores there?
No, I want to make the point that there are certain constituencies, I think, for each party. When you win those, I'm told that you know that you've won hands down. What are some of those constituencies? What are some of the signs? Because I know for the PLP, it's East End, Grand Bahama, that doesn't play well for them.
No.
Tell us more about that.
Well, there are certain constituencies that we call certain PLP strongholds, and there are certain constituencies that's called FNM strongholds. A lot of strongholds in 2017 were decimated by the results of 2017. But certain constituencies like the Sanans for the FNM, we consider that an FNM stronghold. Also Long Island, we consider that an FNM stronghold. For the PLP, of course, Exuma is a PLP stronghold. Kid Island is a PLP stronghold. Traditionally in Freeport, West End and Bimini is a PLP stronghold. And so there's just certain, there's certain constituencies that has a culture of the party in it, and a prevailing culture itself.
I think that's an old view. I'm not saying it's not true for you, but it's an old view. And I'm looking at the Bahamian electorate continues to evolve in their thinking and in practice. And so I'm not going to say, if we get this, we win the government. If we get that one, we win the government. There's been so much even shift in where people live, and so much affects it. I don't think we are, in this day and age, we can accept that or be prepared to go on that as a certainty that we are winning.
Okay, we've got some new results from Bain and Grantstown right now. Travis Robinson from the FNM, 315 votes. Donna Dorset Major of the COI, 65 votes. Brenda Harris Pinder of the UCM, 17 votes. Keno Lockhart of the DNA, 29 votes. Michelle Malcolm of the GCP, 25 votes. And Wade Watson of the PLP, 885 votes. That is after 7 of 10 polling divisions. So 3 more polling divisions before Bain and Grantstown is finished.
And I think, Julian, I think you could call that already. I think
it's 500.
Yeah, the margin is too big. I don't think there's no catching up for Travis in that constituency, and I would call that another PLP win. I think it's a matter now, and I just gave a prediction. Mr. Roll asked me not to give any predictions. I believe it's a matter now of if we're getting 20-something seats or 30-something seats. And so I think that we are to that point now, and that's where
we now go to Angliston,
right?
We have Angliston in with Kristen Hepburn from the GCP with 6 votes, Faith Presenti from the COI with 98 votes, Glennis Hannah Martin, who has long held down that seat for the PLP with 1,381 votes, Quentin Presenti with 308 votes for the FNM, Shavargo Black for the DNA with 26 votes, and Matthew Smith from the BCP with 9 votes, and that's 6 out of 11 polling divisions in Angliston.
So just about halfway, just over halfway through.
Yeah. And it's safe to say we can call a veteran politician.
Well, yeah, she is that indeed.
Yes, and I mean, I hope we speak tonight about women in politics.
And let's do it right now, since we're there. Well, the FNM at one point had a woman leader in the House of Assembly, but well, not for the party, but who actually ran for leadership unsuccessfully. I'm talking about Loretta Butler Turner. How do you see women in your party, and what have you done to advance your party as far as women is concerned?
Well, I know the Free National Movement has a stellar track record of women in leadership. and taking leadership roles.
Going back to Janet Bostwick.
Teresa Moxie.
And yes, and we're proud of them. The late Teresa Moxie, Dame Ivy Dumont, the Honorable Natalia Johnson.
First female speaker of the House.
Yes, and so, and many others even in the party. We talk about those on the front line and we appreciate them. But even in the party officers and others who mentor us, women who play a great role in the development of our party. Could not do it without them. And we see so many female candidates on the ticket in this election. Not as many as we would like. There was a push to get more females on the ticket, and I do believe that next time we will see more females.
What about women in the PLP?
Well, we've had some awesome female candidates that we're running this election. JoBeth Colby Davis. We have had Leslia Bryce. We have Pia Glover Roll. We have Ginger Moxie. And as I expect all of them to be in the winning column. But if you look at women within the party, there's been no other party other than the Progressive Liberal Party that had a deputy prime minister who was a woman in Mother Cynthia Pratt. And so compared to the last F&M government and the outgoing F&M government, who would have only had one cabinet minister, in Lanisha Roll.
You're being a bit brutal.
Sorry, not to be brutal, but they've had one cabinet minister, Ms. Lanisha Roll, who didn't serve all her way through. So at this point, I don't think they have any female cabinet ministers who are in their government now. And I don't think, I'm thinking.
And this is why it's a problem.
Who's the what?
Keisha Parker.
No, I said who's a cabinet minister.
She's a cabinet minister.
Okay. What ministry does she have?
The Ministry of Disaster.
Ministry of State.
Okay. And that was after Hiram Lewis.
Right.
So she had it for a few months. Okay. So that would have been the only, Lanisha Roll would have been the only appointment. But I would say that the PLP and the Progressive Liberal Party, we've elevated, and at one point, Mother Cynthia Pratt was the actual acting prime minister of the Bahamas.
When you think about it, we know that women really win governments for people in the Bahamas.
Absolutely.
Right? So how come we're not really ready for a female prime minister yet?
Who says we're not ready for a female prime minister?
We haven't had one.
We haven't had one, but who says we're not ready for one?
Well,
I think the only aspirant candidate would have been Loretta Butler Turner, and who by, I don't want to, I'll reserve that comment because I don't want to say that I'm brutal again, but she would have been also an awesome leader.
Well, she didn't offer herself for this time.
No.
She did not offer herself, and there are many women who have. He mentioned some on the PLP side. We have Senator Jeannie Isaac Stotson, Nicole Martin, we have Vandea Stewart. We have many women who were good women in the Free National Movement, and we support them. I think we don't see the high numbers because of the way some of us treat women in the political process. And I think that needs to change, and I think the Free National Movement will continue to affect that change.
We have some more results coming in, right, from Mangrove Key. You want to take
Mangrove
this?
Key and South Andros, 9 out of 12 polling divisions. We have D'Angelo Ferguson from the F&M with 475 votes. Cornelius McKinney from the BCP with 18 votes. Trevor Green from the COI with 12 votes. Yorick Sands, an independent, with 22 votes. Leon Lundy, 694 votes for the PLP. And Angelo Smith, 19 votes as an independent. That's 9 of 12 polling divisions. And it goes back to what you gentlemen said earlier in terms of not having to live in a constituency to make some impact.
Well, like I said, I expected Leon Lundy to deliver South Andros back to its rightful home with the PLP. I see we have...
let's go to St. Barnabas, yes. 8 of 11 polling divisions. Michael Halkitis for the PLP, 738 votes. Michael Butler of the BWFM, 8 votes. Teddy Russell of the DNA, 6 votes. Karen Butler, an independent, 8 votes. Kermit Agaro of the COI, 84 votes. Alexander Kemp of the KGM, 9 votes. And Shannon Dunn Cartwright, the incumbent from the FNM, 864 votes, with 3 more polling divisions to be called before St. Barnabas is over.
Mr. Roll, the FNM has had some bruises, like any government it has. It's had a series of resignations. Do you think this hurt the party? Lanisha Roll, Peter Turnquist, Dwayne Sands. You had Alston Moultrie. You also had Frederick McAlpine. You also had Reese Chipman, all parted ways.
Vaughn Miller.
And Vaughn Miller.
Anytime that there is a fall away, anytime there is a deduction from your numbers, it affects you politically, okay? And so, obviously, it will play into, for some people, it will weigh on their minds when they go to vote. And so I will say it does. Anytime there's a deduction, it affects.
Central Grand Bahama has some more results. After 8 of 14 polling divisions, Rollington Cooper of the KGM has 19 votes. Troy Garvey of the UCM has 19 votes. Latanya Ferguson-Strawn of the COI, 145 votes. Kirkland Russell of the PLP, 670 votes. And from the Free National Movement, Iram Lewis, 750 votes. That is after 8 of 14 polling divisions.
And Julian, I don't want to preempt your presentation, but I alluded to your social media researchers and your team.
Right.
Looking at what's out there, okay? Things that we have not said.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
And so I would invite them again to look at what is out there and what has been said, even officially.
I think you just need to tell us. Why don't you?
No. I'm on You Decide 2021. These are the hosts. I don't come to people's house and tell them what to do.
But if you're on the social
media
media
I can suggest,
yes,
because we are all Bahamians and we are friends. And this is the National Broadcasting Network.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And so there's certain things that I would just invite you to do. There's certain things out there, and I'm being respectful in saying that.
Well, we need to hear.
I think what he's alluding to, Julian, is that on our social media, there is a proposed concession happening right now as we speak.
And actually, that is, my producers are telling me that a concession is all right, so the concession coming from the Killarney MP, the incumbent Prime Minister, former Prime Minister, I guess it would be at this point, the Most Honourable, the Most Honourable Hubert Minnis. We understand that Philip Davis, the incoming Prime Minister, is still in Cat Island and will make a statement momentarily. So if you will stay with us for that, you will hear from the incoming Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, the Honourable Philip Davis. There's a concession statement from the outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honourable the Most Honourable Hubert Minnis, and we will have both statements for you and all of the information for you as soon as we can. We're going to take a break right now. Stay with us on You Decide 2021.
Transparency,
honesty, and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
A modernized grid that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid
that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted.
You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure. This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
You watch them grow and make plans for them even before they're old enough to talk. You spend a lifetime of sacrifice to pave the way for their success and create a tomorrow you too can be proud of. Can you tell who is the investor? At Leno, we believe everyone who has ever put a penny aside for a future dream is an investor. If you're new to investing, Leno's financial experts stand ready to design plans based on your goals. Let's sit down and explore the options one-on-one and see how, together, we can make your dreams come true. Whether considering traditional investments like a new home, car, your own business, security in retirement, or your child's college fund, we take the confusion out of the process and make an investor out of you. Call 396-3225 for an appointment. Leno, your bridge to the future.
Our future is here. And no matter the result, we must come together. Together, we will innovate. Together, we will lead the way. Our future belongs to us. Happy Election Day, my fellow Bahamians. Leading the Bahamas in home improvement since 1973.
I feel beautiful. And now I smell so wonderful. Cheese Junction. They got everything you need and more.
We are your one-stop gift shop downtown in the Comerville Plaza. Handbags, accessories, and fragrances for men, women, and kids. Open Monday to Saturday, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Special orders and layaway available. Call 352-9554 for more info.
They got everything you need and more.
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
Everyone's excited about the $8 meal of the day. Every day, it's a different 6-inch sub, plus chips and a 20-ounce drink for just $8. That feels like fresh value. Come in any day of the week for one of your favorite 6-inch subs. Like turkey breast, meatball marinara, sweet onion chicken teriyaki, black forest ham, Italian BMT, oven roasted chicken, and tuna. Then add chips and a 20-ounce drink, and you've got the $8 meal of the day. A great meal at a great price every day of the week. Only at Subway.
Transparency,
honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
a modernized grid
that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid
that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted.
You deserve the highest standard of service.
With a smarter grid and modern infrastructure. This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
Welcome back to You Decide 2021. If you are just joining us, we can confirm at this time that there has been a change of government in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. The Honorable Philip Davis will be the incoming Prime Minister, and the outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Hubert Minnis, who has made a concession speech. We are now going to take you live to Altaviz Munnings, who is at the Free National Movement headquarters.
Good evening, Makushla and Julian, and to your guests, and good evening, Bahamas. Altaviz Munnings reporting live from the Free National Movement headquarters, and we can tell you tonight that outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, just issued a statement, and he's thanking Bahamians for the last 4 years. In his statement, the Prime Minister said that he spoke with the leader of the Progressive Liberal Party, now Prime Minister-elect, Philip Brave Davis, and offered his congratulations to him and his party on their victory at the polls. Dr. Minnis said he offered Mr. Davis his best wishes as his government now faces the continued fight against COVID-19 and the restoration of our economy. Dr. Minnis also noted in his statement that he would like to thank the tens of thousands of Bahamians from across the Bahamas who voted for Free National Movement candidates in today's general elections. Dr. Minnis said he congratulates all the Free National Movement candidates who won their seats to represent various constituencies in the House of Assembly. Dr. Minnis' statement also continues that confirming that he will lead the Free National Movement into the House of Assembly as the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition, and the Bahamas has a proud democratic tradition. And he says the people decide who serve as a government. Continuing more with Dr. Minnis' statement, our party presented its vision for the future to Bahamians from the northern islands of Grand Bahama and Abaco all the way to the southern islands of Maicao. Dr. Minnis said the people determined that they prefer the Progressive Liberal Party, and he says his party accepts that result, and the Free National Movement is proud of its record for the past 4+ years. Dr. Minnis continued that during his term, the Bahamas faced the most difficult times in Bahamian history. He reminisced that in September 2019, Abaco and Grand Bahama were struck by the strongest storm to hit the Bahamas. He noted that Hurricane Dorian was one of the strongest storms recorded on our planet, and it caused generational destruction to our northern islands. 6 months later, Dr. Minnis notes in his statement that the Bahamas is now in the COVID-19 pandemic, and throughout each crisis, his government worked hard to assist the Bahamian people. On the Northern Islands, Dr. Minnis noted in his statement that we have had to rebuild roads, water systems, schools, docks, bridges, and other critical infrastructure. In the pandemic, Dr. Minnis continues, we provided tens of millions of dollars per month in food and unemployment benefits to citizens, along with tax credits to businesses. He says his administration fought hard to secure more than 500,000 doses of 3 of the best vaccines in the world. Dr. Minnis boasted that the Free National Movement has a proud legacy, and they have governed the Bahamas over 4 terms. He noted that the party's philosophy is to use the resources of government to provide opportunities to those who have historically been without. He says that's why his administration invested in free preschool, providing early education to thousands of children, also investing in free tertiary education at the University of the Bahamas and the Bahamas Technical and Vocational Institute. Dr. Minnis' statement goes on to say that is why we created the Over the Hill initiative to benefit people in grassroots communities with tax concessions and development assistance, and that's why we also invested record amounts in family island infrastructure. The lengthy statement from Dr. Minnis also noted that this is why we created the Small Business Development Center, extending millions of dollars to help Bahamians realize their dreams. Dr. Minnis also noted in his statement that our belief in the Bahamian people was also evidenced in the manifesto we ran on this election. We pledged the Universal School Meals Program, expanded access to after-school programs, $250 million to Bahamian small businesses over 5 years, expanded access to Crown land, support for the arts and agriculture and fisheries, along with many more policies for the people. Dr. Minnis concludes his statement thanking his wife, Patricia, and his family for supporting him during this term and throughout his life. He also thanked the officers, members, and supporters of the Free National Movement for their assistance and encouragement during his time as leader. And for the Bahamian people, Dr. Minnis says a warm and heartfelt thank you for his time as Prime Minister. He says, you are a strong, hardworking, and resilient people. Hurricane Dorian did not break you. The pandemic did not break you. His final words in his statement, you trust in the God who has brought us this far. Trust that he will bring us further to brighter times. Again, thank you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Makushla, Julian, Serfent, and Divide, that's the statement from outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, once again saying that he's thanking Bahamians for the past 4 years that he served as Prime Minister, and he has called Prime Minister-elect Philip Brave Davis to offer his congratulations to him and his party at victory at the polls. Now, it's raining outside right now, and we didn't see a lot of members or supporters coming here to the headquarters, and right now there's actually only the media here. But again, outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, issuing a statement thanking all Bahamians for their support to him and his party over the past 4 years. Reporting live from Free National Movement headquarters, I'm Altaviz Munnings. Back to you, Makushla and Julian.
Thank you, Altaviz. We have to get reaction from you, Serpent Rule, Secretary General of the Free National Movement.
Hugely disappointing result. Did not want or expect this result. But thank you to outgoing Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, and all of those who served with him in this 2017 Minnis administration, and those who offered themselves to the Free National Movement as Free National Movement candidates in 2021. It has been a challenge. The campaign has been a challenge, but these men and women and all of the candidates have made tremendous sacrifice. And the Free National Movement is a party with a rich legacy. We've been beaten before. We've been beaten, as somebody may say, many times before. But what I like about the Free National Movement and the times that we have not retained the government, it often is because of questions with regard to certain projects or the administration of certain issues. And in this one case, well, I don't want to say what they are because we have to really speak to the electorate and speak to our own party membership. But what I do want to say is I think it was a very gracious statement. And I thank Dr. Hubert Minnis for his time and service as Prime Minister, and I am happy that he's indicated that he hopes to lead, and he will lead, this new group into Parliament as the Free National Movement standard bearers.
Okay, good, thank you. Well, we will be hearing from the incoming Prime Minister, the Honourable Philip Davis, very soon, and we will also be going to the PLP headquarters in New Providence soon. But first, we're going to go to the PLP headquarters in Grand Bahama. Now we take you to our colleagues in the Northern Service. Shoshina?
Julian, 5 seats the last time around went to the Free National Movement. At this point, we know that Obi Wolshcombe for West Grand Bahama has won his seat. We also know that Ginger Moxie in Pine Ridge has captured that seat. We're still waiting on the official results or the unofficial results for the other 3 seats. What are your thoughts on what has happened tonight, not just in Grand Bahama, but nationally?
I think firstly I will say that it's been a resounding victory, it looks like, for the Progressive Liberal Party. I would have predicted this outcome a few weeks ago. I think that the Right Honourable former Prime Minister Minnis lost touch, I believe, with the wants and needs of the people. I think he lost touch with the electorate. And I think that some of the scandals associated with the Free National Movement, in particular the repeated instances of resignations of cabinet ministers, indeed even the Deputy Prime Minister who was forced from office, these have damaged the Free National Movement Party, its prestige, its standing amongst the electorate. And I honestly feel that the Right Honourable former Prime Minister Minnis is going to face a challenge to his leadership as he intends to step into the role of the leader of Her Majesty's official opposition. I anticipate that there is going to be a leadership challenge within the Free National Movement sooner rather than later, because there are a lot of FNM supporters tonight who are woefully disappointed by the outcome, although it is unsurprising to many of us who observe and commentate on political affairs.
I know you were hopeful, at least early on, that the independents or the third parties would have gained some seats. What are your thoughts on that?
Firstly, I have to commend the involvement of the third parties and independent candidates. I think that they provide a great richness, an added flavor, and an important aspect to our political spectrum in this country. We need their involvement. I have to commend the Coalition of Independents. I think they have outperformed many persons' expectations. And I hope fervently that they remain as an established political party in this country. Likewise, my former party, the Democratic National Alliance, I sincerely hope that they are not disheartened by the outcome. Although none of their candidates seem to have won their seats, it is still important that they play a role as a third-party option in this country. And as we begin to progress and develop and mature politically as an electorate in the Bahamas, I think that we'll begin to see more opportunities open for viable third-party options and candidates to come actually into high office.
And in just a few moments, we will take you to the Progressive Liberal Party's headquarters. We know that a lot of persons have already gathered there in anticipation of this victory. I understand that everything has already been set up, and party supporters are excited about what has happened, particularly here in Grand Bahama. Let's go to Abaco, though. From what we are hearing, both seats have gone to the Progressive Liberal Party. Did you see that coming at all?
Shashina, again, I came on this program a few weeks ago, and I predicted that Abaco would be a sweep. The Abaconians have been entirely overlooked by this Free National Movement administration. Following the destruction caused by Hurricane Dorian, too little was done to alleviate the needs, the wants, the concerns of those voters. And at the end of the day, as we all know in this country, Abaco has traditionally been an F&M heartland. And they would have expected more than anyone else that in their time of need, their party would have answered the call. Because that did not happen, and because the former administration now, I must say, took so long to actually take steps to alleviate, to provide materials, to assist with repairs, etc. I am told that there was a shipment of construction materials that just arrived in Abaco a few days before the election. Our people are no longer going to be hoodwinked by meaningless gestures of that kind.
And I believe we have our Remiko Knowles standing by now at the Progressive Liberal Party headquarters, who will give us some idea as to what is happening there. Remiko?
This area, 2 doors down from Epic Battery. We do services, repairs.
Well, good night, Bahamas. We are coming to you live from the PLP's headquarters on East Sunrise Highway, and right now there is pure excitement from the party supporters. They are out in full force, and they are eager. Well, they are excited about the results, unofficial results that came in tonight. Persons were parked out here from 6 o'clock this evening, listening and watching the election results. And right now, as you can see and as you can hear, they are excited. And just recently, the member of parliament for the Pine Ridge constituency, the new member of parliament for the Pine Ridge constituency, Ginger Moxie, arrived with a huge load of party supporters behind her. She is now being greeted and welcomed and loved. So out here, persons are really excited, and they are in celebration mode out here at the Pine Ridge, at the East Grand Bahama, at the headquarters of the PLP. Right now, it is really loud, and so I can barely hear myself talking. I'm going to send it back to the studio. We're going to try and get an interview with Ginger Moxie. Like I said, I'm really excited, and they're just in celebration mode in preparation of the new day that the Progressive Liberal Party is to usher in. We're going to take you into the crowd just a little bit. You see these people, it's just an excitement mode. The cars were blowing their horns. The people were just really excited. And so I'm going to try and get an interview with Ginger Moxie a little bit later. But right now, a lot of persons are doing their best to abide by the COVID protocols. They're wearing their masks, and they're trying to stay distant from each other. But right now, like I mentioned, it's just pure excitement. And as I mentioned earlier, we're going to try and get an interview from the incumbent, the new member of parliament for the Pine Ridge constituency, Ginger Moxie. I'm also told that the West Grand Bahama and Bimini candidate for the Progressive Liberal Party, Obie Wilshcombe, is expected to make an appearance here tonight. So we're also going to do our best to speak with them. But as of right now, we're going to stick around and see what else is happening here at the headquarters of the PLP. Back to you in studio.
Thank you so much, Rumiko. There you have it. It's a little bit about what we talked about too earlier, Osmond, the pendulum, politics swinging back and forth. And we know the next 5 years for the Progressive Liberal Party will not be easy. Grand Bahama still expects the hospital. Grand Bahama is still expecting this deal with the hotel to be finalized. Grand Bahama still needs an airport. We've been asking for these things, and I believe that is one of the reasons why when one party can't satisfy this island, they're moving on to the next. What do you say about that?
I entirely agree, and I have to remind our viewers that since the victory of the Free National Movement in the successive elections of 92 and 97 under the leadership of the then Right Honorable Hubert Ingram, there has not been a single administration which has been able to hold tenure for longer than 5 years. We, the Bahamian people, have reached a stage of political and social awareness where if our political leaders do not deliver on promises that they make to the people, we vote them out of power. It is developed into a circumstance in which there is less loyalty to party than we've ever seen in this country in the past.
I just want to stop you right there. I think this would be, this is showing on the screen at the moment. There is the new member of parliament for Pine Ridge, Ginger Moxie, and she has her 3 fingers up and she's waving, and I saw this video earlier. So they got their results and they celebrated rather early. She is a newcomer to politics, and we know that the country was really watching this Pine Ridge seat.
Yes.
It was a tough race, as many would have called it, between Frederick McAlpine and Ginger Moxie.
Yes, it was. I have to commend, first of all of the candidates, all of their supporters. In the Bahamas, we have a proud tradition of peaceful, democratic processes. We are seeing that at play once again. The Pine Ridge campaign was run impeccably by both the campaigns from all parties, really, and that includes the Reverend McAlpine, the FNM candidate, Mr. Boodle, and the new Minister of Parliament for Pine Ridge, who is the Honorable now, Ginger Moxie. We commend them, we commend their supporters, and we think that it shows an example, really, to the region and the world, that in this little country, we know how to conduct our political affairs without violence, without deep-seated divisions. At the end of the day, we are all Bahamians, and we are all happy that this process has been done successfully. We are happy that there is a new government in power, and we hope, particularly in Grand Bahama, that they deliver upon some of the past promises that have not been held to. We need a new hospital, not a cafeteria attached to the hospital. We need a proper, fully functioning international airport of the same caliber as you would expect from a major destination. I beg your pardon.
I'm not sure if Rumiko is ready to come up yet. Okay, so that is just still the video of a person standing by, and I'm sure they're waiting in anticipation of some of the new members of parliament who will address them later tonight. When I passed earlier today, I realized that something was set up. I'm not sure if it's a big screen that may have been set up for the new Prime Minister to also address Grand Bahama. But did you expect, from what we can see at this point, a landslide victory?
Shashina, I did. Again, I criticized this former FNM administration on a number of points. I think since Hurricane Dorian, we have seen a series of miscalculations and bad policy decisions by the former administration, up to and including some of the policies that were introduced following the imposition of the pandemic. This has affected people's lives. It has damaged their businesses. It has taken their jobs away from them. It has restricted their freedom of movement in this country. Civil liberties which never before were placed under question. We were forced to see, as the government under the former administration stripped us of our basic rights in this country. And by that I'm speaking to the constant impositions of lockdowns, of curfew periods. And I think that this fundamentally damaged and in fact created a fatal flaw to any chance that this Free National Movement had of winning a second tenure in power.
And I think we are heading back to the nation's capital where some more results may be coming in, and then we'll come back to Grand Bahama to see what else is happening at the PLP headquarters there.
Thank you.
We'll now go to a shot of the PLP headquarters here in the capital following news that the PLP will form the new government. You have supporters there already gathering at the PLP's headquarters. We'll have more of that for you after this break. You're watching You Decide 2020. Well, you have. Stay with us.
Relax, enjoy, savor, unwind, and exhale, knowing we've got you covered every step of the way. Find out why we pride ourselves on being the largest and oldest insurance agency in the Bahamas. Log on to jsjohnson.com for more information and like us on Facebook. J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Bonaventure Medical Laboratory at East Avenue, Centerville, and Sandyport celebrates 20 years of providing quality laboratory services with timely results. While partnering with your physicians and insurance companies, we have expanded into our modernized facility providing EKG testing, the latest in gonorrhea and chlamydia STD tests, rapid tests, paternity screens, online reporting of results, and also phlebotomy training. Visit or call Bonaventure Medical Lab, open daily at 7:30 a.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m., or visit our Sandyport or Southside Clinic locations.
You have enough things to worry about. Living in a world that can seem opposite of the things you are trying to accomplish.
I can need a little help with this one, sis.
We're here to let you know that you don't have to go at it alone. Choose peace of mind. Choose comfort. Choose CB. Commonwealth Bank, leader in personal banking services.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
Who ran for Marco City, and we have our
Welcome back. We toss it back now to our northern service where Ginger Moxie, the PLP's candidate for Pine Ridge, is being interviewed, having won that seat.
Hurting through everything that we've been going through, the storm and the pandemic. And so I do believe that with, our people coming together, with the support of James Turner still in the east, and Kurt Hollingsworth in Marco City, and Kurt Russell in Central, Obie Wilshkin in West, we're still going to work together to be a part of a critical delivery team that brings Grand Bahama Island back. And so I just want to, first of all, thank the people of Pine Ridge, the voters of Pine Ridge who've entrusted me with their representation in the halls of Parliament. I am ready to serve. I know there's a lot that needs to be done, and we're going to get it done. We're going to work together. We're going to work together to get it done.
Thank you, Ginger, for your time. I will let you get back to your celebration. Thank you, Bahamas.
Well, once again, that was the Pine Ridge MP-elect, the PLP, Ginger Moxie, who just won her seat for the Pine Ridge constituency. Gentlemen, we have no official numbers, but we understand that it was a landslide victory. Is this good for democracy, though? We're right where we were in the 2017 election, with the then opposition having secured only 4 votes. 4 seats, I'm sorry, the big disparity in the House of Assembly there.
Well, I believe that the people spoke, and as someone said and alluded to earlier, you know, that whole issue about blind loyalty has subsided within the Bahamian electorate. I believe we have persons now who, when they're mad with this government, and I'm of the opinion that Bahamians, we don't vote government in, we vote governments out. And so when I'm tired of you, and I get tired of you, I vote you out. And so, but I believe, and I have the firmest belief that Mr. Philip Brave Davis, he'd make us all proud. I have the firmest belief that he would stick to the tenements of the blueprint as etched by himself. And it is my belief that he will prosper and he will be one of the greatest prime ministers.
Let me ask both of you. Prime Minister Minnis actually called the election very early. Do you think things would have been different had he waited until the latest possible time, had he called it in May? Do you think it might have made a change, it made a difference? I mean, I know it's very hypothetical, but still.
It may have. We will never know. Certainly, there would have definitely been some differences. Would that have been positive for the Free National Movement? Again, we will never know. But I do believe, just going back to the comment or the question from Makushla about is it good for democracy? Free and fair elections is good for democracy. Whatever the result is, if it's free and if it's fair,
we have to accept it.
We have to accept it, and we have to be confident in our system. No matter what the result, if it's a swing or the wave, whatever we want to call it, the red tsunami, whatever it is, once it's free, it's fair, we have to accept it and have confidence in our system.
A little while before the House of Assembly goes back in October, how do we expect to see the Free National Movement perform in opposition now?
Very well. Very well. The Free National Movement has a talented, diverse group of men and women, and I believe that they will continue to do the country proud and then the Free National Movement proud by being a great opposition and coming back to the country and telling the country why they should be the government. It starts from day one. Not the day after, it starts from now. And
well, Devard, Francis, that's a very important point, because I'm sure that a lot of pressure is going to be put on the Progressive Liberal Party to get things done and to perform well.
Yes.
And I don't think they're going to give a year. It may come as quickly as January. They need to see some things done. Tell us how you believe the PLP will roll out its plan in a quick way.
Certainly, as I've just gotten word, our incoming Prime Minister, Mr. Philip Brave Davis, is on his way back to Nassau, and it begins tomorrow.
Begins today.
And basically, we are at this point where we have to roll out our plans of our blueprint and our manifesto, and I'm very sure that Mr. Philip Brave Davis, our Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis, would do very well in rolling out. We can't delay. We know that we've left that you know, we have a lot of pieces to mend together.
Okay. Well, we're going to go to the incoming Prime Minister, the Honorable Philip Davis. Okay, sorry, because the Prime Minister Davis is on his way into New Providence.
Yes.
But we're going to go to Desmond Saunders, who is in Cat Island still, and he's got a report for us. Desmond.
Well, if you guys can hear me in the studio, I'm reporting live from the New Bight Cat Island Airport. As you can see and as you can tell, the energy is right here. A number of supporters gathered here for the victory celebration. And in just a few minutes, the incoming Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Philip Brave Davis, will be addressing his constituents and addressing the large wellspring of support down here that have gathered here at the New Bight Cat Island Airport. Joining me on the broadcast tonight, Ezra Russell. You've been monitoring the incoming results so far. Your impressions of the whole campaign?
Listen, Philip Brave Davis was always steady hands, focused head, focused mind, to know that the Bahamian people need better. The Bahamian people need a savior. He is a Moses at this time. Philip Brave Davis loved people. He have the compassion for people. Listen, I believe in him from 2002. Philip Brave Davis has never left Cat Island, Rumkey, and San Salvador, and the people of the Commonwealth of this Bahamas. I can tell you, my brother, as the F&M slander, talk all dirtiness about Philip Brave Davis and Ezra Russell, we have remained our focus. Our focus is to give Bahamians hope and help. And Brave said, listen, Ezra, it's a new day in this country. Bahamians need their dignity back. Listen, Bahamians need to go to work so that they can walk into the food store, pay their bills. They need to know how they're going to pay BPL. They need to know how they're going to pay their rent. And that's why we are here today victorious, because the message has risen with the Bahamian people. And I have stuck with Philip Brave Davis. Listen, for 27 years, I look at this victory. Cat Island is rejoicing. It's Cat Island time. It's Cat Island time.
I want to ask you, what are those specific initiatives that we can look forward to with a Philip Brave Davis administration?
Every Bahamian will be respected. The media will be respected. Our country will move forward. Philip Brave Davis don't take revenge. He is a man of all colors, of all parties, and he is a man who will deal with the Bahamian people.
All right. Ezra Russell, many of you know him. Everybody in the Bahamas should know Ezra Russell, joining me on the broadcast, celebrating the victory here in New Bight Cat Island at the airport. In just a few minutes, we're going to hear from Philip Brave Davis, the incoming Prime Minister. A momentous occasion, historic, we saw when the current Prime Minister, and Philip Brave Davis is the incoming, he called and conceded, and Philip Brave Davis spoke with him briefly.
Listen, no doubt that the former Prime Minister was tired. He couldn't handle this alone. And the former two Prime Ministers, Hubert Ingram, all right, and Perry Christie, told him, this thing is bigger than one man. And he have to understand that in order for you to move forward, the Bible teaches this way: together we stand, and divided we fall. But let me tell you something. We didn't worry about all the slanders, all the criticism. We stayed the course, and we shared a message. The message is to help Bahamians to rise above the circumstances that they go through.
All right, thank you very much, Ezra Russell, joining me this evening. And in just a few minutes, we're going to come back here to the New Bight Cat Island Airport and hear remarks from the incoming Prime Minister, Philip Brave Davis. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you, Desmond. That's how Desmond Saunders there down in Cat Island, where the now Prime Minister-elect, Philip Brave Davis, is there as well. He is headed to the airport in Cat Island, and we understand it's from there that he will make his acceptance speech. Safant Roll, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name just now. Osborne Johnson, the attorney over in Grand Bahama, he made a very important point during his commentary over there, and he says that, you know, he spoke of a leadership challenge for the outgoing Prime Minister once your party heads into a convention. Do you see this as well?
More than I do in that regard. The Free National Movement is a party that, as I mentioned earlier, we've had our challenges with election results. And we have a vibrant system, a vibrant democracy within our party. And so that is for Free National Movement supporters and members to see, to determine, and to decide. And anyone who wants to offer for any position is always free to do so. And so his prediction or expectation is just being a political pundit. And I'm sure many others have their predictions and expectations. But our focus and our goal is to deal with our party internally and to regain the support of the Bahamian people.
If you had to say, we're going now to a shot in Cat Island, as you will see in a few moments on your screen. But while we wait for that shot, now you see a shot in Cat Island, like we just said, where the Prime Minister-elect is on the ground. And as we indicated just moments ago, is headed to the airport to return here to New Providence, and this having gotten a call from now the outgoing Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, conceding defeat at the polls. Another question for you, Mr. Rule. It's early, you know, but we have a clear winner in the election. If you had to say one lesson that your party has learned from what has happened tonight, what would it have been? What is it?
One lesson that our party should learn,
be humble,
or should learn, is that we need to remain connected to our supporters. Amen. And our base. And that is not just a message for us. You asked me about us, but that's the message to everybody, because there was a low turnout. And so whether it was the quarantine, whether it was COVID, whatever it was, there was a low turnout. And so it was get out the vote. So our lesson is always going to be remain connected to your base. And remaining connected to your base is making sure that you have ideas, you have solutions that your base will support and appreciate. And I believe that we did have that. I believe that we certainly did. But get out the vote. Get out the vote is always the issue.
The same principle applies to the Progressive Liberal Party, Devard Francis, right? But a lot of younger people, we had one person on, but a lot of younger people didn't register, didn't vote. They don't believe in either of the big parties. How do you capture them and show them that really, yes, you are about them, and it is about their lives too, because they're the ones who are going to have to carry it on.
I like that question, but you ask it to him.
So I said both of you, really. But
you answer. Well,
but yeah.
Well, I believe Safen summed it up correctly. We have to stay connected. You have to stay connected not only to your base, but I believe that you have to stay connected to all of the electorate. It's important and it's pertinent that we stay connected not only to our base, but we make ourselves relevant to everyone who has the potential to vote. We have to realize in every cycle of elections, there are 5,000 new students that are coming out of high school every year that are eligible to vote in the next cycle of election. What are we going to do to make a connect with them? How do we reach out to them? What innovative mediums can we use to reach them? And, you know, and so it's so good to have a team. It's so good not to be a unilateral leader. It's so good to remain humble, to not exude arrogance, especially with media and other resources. And so, you know, you have to keep your feet on the ground because, as the Bible says, pride cometh before a fall.
You know, Julian, I spoke with a young voter today who was kind of middle of the road. They voted F&M. Young person voted F&M. And I had a conversation, and they said to me, you know, even if you give me $1 million, does $1 million, if you give it to me, really change my view or his view of the person giving it? And I pondered about that.
That's a very, very deep question to ask, yeah.
Because he continued, he said, you know, we market, we have these campaigns, and he felt as if with the PLP's New Day and whatnot, he felt as if, yes, you're giving me these slogans or these ideas, but where are the issues? Where are the principles? Where is the philosophy? And I think that's what is the greatest challenge with the younger voters. And even our older voters, they used to appreciate philosophy. And I believe right now they're lamenting that there's a lack of that. And I don't think this victory by the PLP or this defeat for the FNM is really because people voted for for the PLP. And I say that graciously and respectfully. Davad mentioned earlier that we vote out governments. And so we have to change that. And we have to really vote in because of the philosophy and the ideas. If the FNM or the PLP is happy in being voted in simply because you didn't want the next team, you want to get rid of the next team, then how does that help the Bahamian populace? And so we have to talk about our philosophy and our ideas. These youth groups, the torchbearers and the young liberals and whatever the DNA called theirs and whoever else, the coalition, they have to preach and push philosophy. And not just push their philosophy, speak to their young people and their seniors about what they want and hope to see.
Absolutely.
It's a fair assessment then that these election campaigns are more based on emotions and not really issues.
For some people, it is. And some political parties take advantage of that. Some political parties see that it's the emotion, and they figure out how much dollars it takes to put on a show for the emotion.
Some or all?
Some.
Some or all?
Some. I don't know the inner workings of all of the organizations, or I haven't seen them all. Some of them don't have the funds to do that. Let's be honest. But I think that most, not just locally or nationally, but even internationally.
Well, you know, this trend of changing governments has happened ever since
2002.
2002.
Yes.
20 years ago, pretty much.
Yes.
We're going to put that graphic up on the, if you look at from 97 to 2017, FNM, PLP, FNM, PLP, FNM, and now in 2021, PLP again. We've touched on what that means. You said that we're voting people out, voting governments out.
Yes.
But what about this, for example, the National Development Plan, which the former PLP actually did sort of develop and bring. I believe the FNM actually, at the time, agreed to it, but many would say did not stick to it when in office. If we're going to really take the country further, if we agree to a national plan, we're going to have to stick to it for the most part, aren't we? And this is for both of you.
I don't think I agree with you on that in that respect, but I don't believe it's simply for the politicians to do.
That's fair enough.
The religious organizations, civil society in general, need to ensure that their voices are heard and not wait for somebody to pass them the microphone. They need to ensure that their voices are heard because they have just as much of an obligation to see the advancement and development of this country as the politician.
Actually, they should be driving the politicians, really.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't know if I really agree with that because sometimes the religious organizations, which I'm a part of, and Safent is also a part of, they take the rocks when the politicians are tired and the weight becomes too strong on them. And I believe that the religious organizations are willing to give their opinions once the politicians are prepared to listen. As it relates to the continuum of the actual National Development Plan, I felt, and I don't know your opinion, Julia, but I felt the plan was pretty sound, pretty structured. It had a consortium of ideas that would have benefited everyone. But I am of the view now that there needs to be a total brand new structure of a brand new plan that we need to continue and we need to make
maybe this is the problem
incessant.
again. You're talking about starting over again. What can we build upon moving forward?
There was, I don't want to be brutal, but as I see it, there was, I don't know a plan that we could start off from what the FNM left. They did not leave a substratum or a platform for us to start from. And so there is a blueprint, as I stated, that Mr. Davis had, in fact, Mr. Davis and his team had in fact etched. And I believe that by that scripted blueprint, I believe that a new national plan will come into effect even quicker than you expect.
Let's continue to have the conversation is what I say. And to have the conversation like we're doing right now, trying not to speak over one another.
We're getting scenes from Cat Island again. I believe the Prime Minister-elect will very soon address the nation.
To bring up some
Then he will return to the capital.
Bishop Moss.
Let's go to Cat Island right now then. It appears we've got audio coming in there.
We now so we'll now invite Bishop Bosch.
Yeah, you can't stand right in front of the speakers. I bringing them up.
Good night to each and everyone. We do thank God for his blessings and his divine providence that he had blessed Cat Island and indeed the Bahamas with. And I pray that you will give me your undivided attention. Before I pray, there's a little song that said, lead him and guide him along the way. And I pray that you will help me to sing this song before we go in prayer. Lead him and guide him along the way. Lord, if you lead him, he cannot stray. Lord, let him know each day with thee. Lead him, oh Lord, lead him. Just one more time. Lead him and guide him along the way. Lord, if you lead him, he cannot stray. Lord, let him walk each day with thee. Lead him, oh Lord, lead him. Lord bless. We praise you tonight. We glorify him. Praise God. Will you just bow your head? Praise God. In humble, praise God, submission. Eternal and all-wise God, this evening, we thank you, dear God, for Jesus declared, as the disciples said, Lord, teach us how to pray. He said, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Lord, we thank you, dear God, for your divine providence. We thank you, oh God, for your favor, dear God. We thank you, dear God, hallelujah, for our beloved Mr. Davis, whom, dear God, you have appointed, dear God, to lead this nation. Lord, without him, ye can do nothing. I pray, God, that you will order his steps, and as he go forward, meet him with mercy, Lord. Cover him with your blood, oh God, from every force of evil that will come against him and his party, Lord. Lord, it is you, oh God, and their Father whom God bless, no man can curse. And I know this evening, Lord, you have, through your divine providence, Lord, you have appointed him, Lord, through your divine providence, Lord, hallelujah, you place it upon the hearts of the people, hallelujah, to bring the Progressive Liberal Party back into power. And for this, Lord, we thank you. Lord, we have no glory to glory in. It is all because of you, Lord. And Father, as they were their God sit in Parliament, give them grace and mercy, Lord. Give them compassion to lead this Bahama land. That, oh God, around the world, their God will see and their Father envy, Lord. But through it all, oh God, I ask, dear God, your blood to cover his home, cover his family, cover, dear God, those that will be in, oh God, along with him. Cover them with your blood. Give them wisdom, Lord. Give them, dear God, understanding. And most of all, dear God, the spirit of humility to go forward as never yet before. And Lord, in the name of Jesus, we thank you for this day. Oh God, a day in praise God, in the history of the Bahamas. Thanking you, oh God, for Cat Island. For dear God, hallelujah, sending out a Cat Islander to lead our islands. Lord, help us, dear Father, not to boast, but humble ourselves under the cross. And as we go, praise God, hallelujah, humbling ourselves, they will see none of us, but all of thee. Right now, dear God, I present Mr. Davis and the incoming, dear God, cabinet, Lord. I present them in your hand in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit. And let us together say, amen. Lord bless you. Lord bless you. Bless you.
Thank you, Bishop Moss. Before we hear from the incoming Prime Minister, I want to now bring on the National Coordinator, Mr. Kevin Simmons, who made this all possible with the help of others. Kevin Simmons.
Thank you, Latrey. Cat Island! Oh, Cat Island! Let me hear you, Cat Island! A new day dawns upon us, Cat Island! Are you ready for this new day, Cat Island? I believe you're ready, but guess what? You are part of the Rumpke and San Salvador. They're not here, so they gotta hear you. Say hello to them, Cat Island. Say hello, Cat Island. Let me truly tell you how grateful I am and thankful to the leader for allowing me to lead this campaign. I'm thankful to you who have been the wing beneath his feet all of these years. You have never let him down. I want to thank the whole entire team that has been here with us through our fights, through our disagreements, but we persevered. Cat Island, you got a fantastic leader. A leader that you know when the going gets rough, he is there. When the going gets tough, he is there. When you need a helping hand, he is there. So Cat Island, oh Cat Island, oh Cat Island. It is my duty, and my pleasure to have been associated with the incoming Prime Minister for many, many years. Our days go back to Freeport, when he was a young lawyer and I was a young computer programmer. And from then to now, he has been the same Philip Brave Davis. And so we are grateful. I am grateful. And I think about those who would have charted the course for him. Now, Mr. Davis might tell you something about what happened in 1992. But that's the story between he and I. We're not going to talk about 1992. He was the first to run, but 3 times in 1 year. And so I'm grateful, my friend, my Prime Minister, your Prime Minister, your Prime Minister. Be proud of your Prime Minister. Cat Island, you deserve the best. You have the best. And on behalf of all, the entire campaign team, I thank you all. Thank you for your continued support. Continue to keep Philip Brave Davis in prayer. Continue to support him and lean on him as he will lean on you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
we celebrate. People get ready, the wind is coming. All aboard the SSVSP.
Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the Prime Minister of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Philip Edward
Thank you, Bahamas. Thank you. You voted today with brave hearts. You voted with hearts for our country. You voted for a new day, new beginning. We are a nation and a people yearning for renewal. It is time to face our challenges and face them head on. We'll do so with humility, but also with determination. We'll work so that opportunities reach out to every home, because we believe in the dignity of every member of our Bahamian family. To those who voted PLP today, I promise to work hard to justify your faith in us. For those of you who voted for a different party today, I pledge to work hard to overcome your doubts. Many of you didn't vote at all today because the snap election took you by surprise. You weren't able to register on time, or because transferring from one constituency to another was deliberately made too difficult for you. Many of you didn't vote today because you were afraid of being exposed to the virus. The protocols for protecting voters were only published at the last minute. It is the first time in our modern history that the government has worked to disenfranchise voters and suppress turnout. What I want to say tonight, whether you voted PLP or for the other party, whether you came out to vote or you weren't able to vote, our government will serve all Bahamians. We won in places where the PLP has not won in decades or ever before. We thank you for your support. We are going to work hard to make sure that with every year that passes, you feel prouder and prouder of the votes you cast for us. My friends, if you had seen me as a small child, running around and playing right here in Cat Island, you might not have thought, now there is a future Prime Minister. I would never have dared to dream such a thing myself. But we never know what God has in store for us. I may not have started with much, but I was blessed with the advantages that really matter. I had grandparents who loved me, a mother and father who believed in me, and teachers and mentors who guided me. Tonight, I'm missing sorely those who are no longer with us, those who made me who I am. It is because of them that this improbable journey was possible. My parents, Brave and Dorothy, Carlton Roll, Old Bite, my teacher at the all-age school here in Old Bite, Cat Island. Peter Galanis from New Bite, who saw that I could be an attorney before I did. Again, my father, who believed that the Progressive Liberal Party was the answer to inequality and injustice, the vehicle for our nation's progress. Sir Lyndon Findling, who believed I could serve the Bahamian people in our nation's parliament. You see how blessed I've been? This is what I want for all our children. Mentors, people who believe in them, whatever their dream. Of course, even with the best mentors, the journey to this moment was not always smooth. There have been setbacks and disappointments and losses. We are not defined, however, by our lowest moments, but instead by how we respond to those moments. We have to dust ourselves off and get up and keep going. You know, it's easier to do that when you have a wonderful family by your side. To my wife, Anne, I want to thank you for your support and hard work and encouragement. We did it. We did it. You will be a very beautiful First Lady. To my children who are all here with me, nothing gives me greater joy than your achievements and seeing the wonderful people you have become. To my grandchildren, Cole, who stands here with me, Noah and CJ, and where's Parker? Parker's sleeping. I want to thank you for inspiring me, because you remind me every day what we are fighting for, a Bahamas in which you and all of our children can thrive and reach your fullest potential. To the special people of Cat Island, Sansal and Rumkey, thank you from the bottom of my heart. For giving me another opportunity to serve you. We've been through so much together. We have laughed a lot, celebrated happy moments together, cried over losses together. I look forward, though, to many shared triumphs ahead. I want to thank the volunteers across the country who were the people power behind this campaign. You knocked on doors and joined us for food giveaways and handed out blueprints and fought the good fight. I know it wasn't always easy. I especially want to thank those who were with us at our lowest point in the days and months after the 2017 election. When we needed to rebuild the party and renew our spirit, I want to remember those particularly shortly after May 10, 2017. Because together, those who were there, we did something special. Thank you. Thank you to the entire PLP family, from the chairman, Fred Mitchell, who won a seat, to our national coordinator, to our wonderful Secretary General, to our communications and legal teams, to our field generals, and every last canvasser. I know how many sleepless nights were devoted to this victory. I'm very grateful also to our party's talented deputy leader, Chester Cooper. He's going to be an excellent Deputy Prime Minister, and he will continue to represent the people of Exumas and Ragged Island with integrity and distinction. Thank you to all PLP candidates. I know you work your hearts out. In fact, I want to thank the candidates of all the political parties. It's easier to sit on the sidelines and criticize than it is to climb into the arena yourself. It takes a lot of courage. You gotta be brave. Your participation in the elections makes our democracy stronger. You know, today happens to be the holiest of days of the year for the Jewish people. They call it Yom Kippur. It's the day of atonement, a day for righting wrongs, a day for asking forgiveness from those whom they've harmed, a day of asking those whom they've helped, how can I help you more? These are the questions that they're asking every day. What can I do today to make the world a more just and generous place? My fellow Bahamians, with your voices and your votes, you made it clear that you wanted a country in which we come together to solve our biggest challenges. Thank you for seeing the possibility of what we can build together for our children and our grandchildren. For all those who called to say they were praying for me, thank you. Your prayers have surely lifted us all up. I am profoundly grateful to you for giving me the chance to serve you. I will not forget any of the people I've talked to along the way in this journey. I will not forget the tough questions you had for me, or your struggles. And I will not forget your hopes and dreams for yourselves and for our nation. This victory belongs to you. Scripture tells us that weeping may endure for the night, but joy comes in the morning. In the morning, we will rise as one nation and meet the challenges ahead. May God bless you, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And a new day is for all of us. All of us. I thank you all. Love you too.
Well, you just heard there from Prime Minister-elect Philip Brave Davis, who gave his acceptance speech in Cat Island. Davis went to bed as an incumbent, ends the night as a Prime Minister-elect. Let's take some highlights from his speech tonight. He said he accepts the fact that it's time to face the challenges head on, and he pledges to, he actually thanked his supporters for voting for the PLP, but he also pledged to overcome the doubts of those who didn't, those who voted against the PLP. He thanked his grandchildren for inspiring him, and he noted that his running mate, Chester Cooper over in Exuma, will be an excellent Deputy Prime Minister. Prime Minister-elect Philip Brave Davis also noting that he will never forget any of the people he talked to along the way. Gentlemen?
Your final thoughts before we get ready to close this broadcast.
It's congratulations to, I guess we can say, Prime Minister-elect, incoming Prime Minister Philip Brave Davis, and to the PLP. We wish them well, and congratulations to all who participated in this election process. We want to also remember the Parliamentary Registrar Department and their team, and all of the journalists. This is indeed a new era. I think this is the first Prime Minister from Cat Island. Cat Island. And we do indeed wish him well. The Free National Movement will be a vibrant opposition, and we wish all of those who make up the opposition well, and the party, that is my party, and we are going to definitely rebuild, regain the confidence, and we will be a great opposition, not just simply to say things. We're going to inspire and to encourage the next generation to support the FNM.
That's wonderful.
Thank you, Julian. Makushla. Prime Minister-elect Davis said something that was so vital just now. He said that it's not a new day just for people who support the Progressive Liberal Party, but it's a new day for everyone. I want to congratulate every candidate, all 225 candidates who had the fortitude to run. I want to congratulate families connected with them, because it's not easy on families having to leave.
That's a real show of democracy and growth in the country in a way, isn't it?
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And I want to congratulate persons like yourselves, the media, who has also had to be working so arduously during this time. And basically, we're looking forward to moving to a better Bahamas. And I believe that I can't wait for the day, because although you may hear the banter between myself and Safed, we are the best of friends, and
we're church brothers.
And we Church of God. He's from Highway Church of God. I'm from Church of God in the Bahamas under Bishop Moses Johnson. And I wanted to be known that at the end of this, Safed and I, we're going to talk outside for about an hour. We're going to laugh. I'm going to tease him a little more, of course, like he did me in 2017. And we are going to be friends. So listen, let's be civil. Let's govern this Bahama land together, and let's continue to love one another. Bahamas, we thank you for giving us the opportunity to be on your television tonight. Thank you.
We have to take a little break, our final break, and we will be back right after this. Stay with us.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast, with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no delay. Best rate, no delay.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Today is a day for fun. Today is a day for family. So why
should yesterday's worries affect my today? That's why I insure my family with J.S. Johnson, because their mission is to provide us with the best insurance coverage possible. With J.S. Johnson, I know my family comes first, so I take comfort in knowing that they always have us covered, providing us with a great today and an even better tomorrow.
J.S. Johnson Insurance Agents and Brokers, giving you peace of mind.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
BTC gives more savings on the best fiber internet. It's super fast, with super savings in every package. Compare and see for yourself. Enjoy the best home internet experience for all your work, study, and entertainment.
Best rate, no debate. Best rate, no debate.
Visit a BTC store to sign up for the best internet experience on the Bahamas' best fiber network.
Transparency,
honesty,
and accountability are what you deserve.
You deserve a smarter grid.
With meters that show you where your energy is going.
a modernized grid
that share all the data and allow us to proactively address the issues. A resilient grid
that notifies us the instant your service is disrupted.
You deserve the highest standard of service
with a smarter grid and modern infrastructure.
This is why advanced metering infrastructure
is here.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC. You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.
As we move forward as a country now, the next moves will be that the incoming Prime Minister will have an audience with the Governor General, and that will then lead to his being invited to actually form a government. The first two people to be sworn in, usually the Prime Minister himself, and we understand that that will take place on Saturday at Baha Mar. The Attorney General is usually the next person to be sworn in before the rest of the cabinet, which should consist, according to the Constitution, of not less than 8 other people. Of course, we will be bringing all of the details to you from the Broadcasting Corporation of the Bahamas. We want to thank everyone who participated in this broadcast today, but especially Mr. Serfant Roll and Mr. Devard Francis. We wish you all the very best. And to see how you work together is a good example of how the nation should work together. And of course, Makushla, Pinda, and myself, it's always an honor to work with you. We go a little ways back, too.
Way back, Julian.
But our pledge before we close is that we remember to stay together as a people. We wish you all the best. Stay safe. And God bless the Bahamas.
We also thank our team over there in Grand Bahama, led by Shashina, and our team on the ground, Altavis Munnings, Jiminita Swain, as well as Desmond Saunders, and all of our reporters who worked tirelessly over the course of this entire election campaign. It's been a grueling couple of weeks, but We all got
That's
through
what
it.
we have to do.
That's what we have to do.
God bless the Bahamas.
Thank you and good night.
You Decide 2021, brought to you by BTC. For superfast internet for less, connect with the best fiber network, BTC.